The Adventures in Dundras. When last we left our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the dragonborn paladin, Dain, the dwarven paladin, Milo, the bardic halfling rogue, and Dallen, the sorceress fighter. A band of heroes were on a quest to save their home, the citadel, from a siege by an undead army that surrounded them, knowing full well that they would need the help of allies as well as extra defenses. Our heroes went out into the world to find pieces for their inventor, Antiva, to complete a defensive mechanism that should aid them in helping to repel this enemy from their gates. They succeeded in their first mission by finding their ally, Dallen, who'd been off on a personal quest to find his brother, who, unfortunately for him, he did find. Little did he know that his brother had been taken control of by an old enemy of his, one directly from his bloodline, Kraken, an ancient black dragon sealed within the blood of Dallen's family. Now let loose and free due to circumstances, it has taken residence in the body of Fradnir, Dallen's brother, and has made connections and plans to expel the party from their home in the citadel and claim it for himself. Having found the first piece that they needed to complete the designs, the party made plans and departed for Anar Dracul, for there lied the next part that they needed to complete the defensive mechanism, the heart of a fire elemental, that rumor has it lay somewhere in the dunes of the sands. Will our heroes be able to find it? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. Let us go meet with our party and see how they are doing. Hello there.
Oh, hi.
Hello there. Welcome back.
Thank you. How are we all doing this week?
Excellent.
Here.
Doing alright. Tired, but here.
You don't sound as tired as you have previously. I think maybe this extra hour we've given you all may be a good benefit.
Maybe. I'm probably still hopped up on adrenaline from last night, though.
Oh?
No, just,
Your late night
Too many-
fight matches?
essentially. Too many screaming kids and, too much time fixing my building.
Sounds like an absolute blast.
Something like the ghost of the Christmas past going around with all the chains on me.
I'm glad that you were able to make it today. And hear Shax's voice. You doing alright today?
Oh yeah, doing good.
Glad to hear. And Ryan,
Slept most of the day yesterday.
ain't nothing wrong with that. Catching up on sleep is always good. And then Ryan, how you faring today?
I am breathing. I took a shower. I'm happy.
Hey, that's good. Refreshed and ready to go.
Whew.
And Aaron?
Doing alright.
Just alright?
Yeah, nothing really going on.
Fair
Just
enough.
another day playing D&D.
Fair enough indeed. Well, I'm glad that you all had yourself a fairly good week. And of course, as you know, it is time for Dundras. So, without further ado, last time of The Adventures in Dundras. Our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain, the Dwarven Paladin, Milo, the bardic halfling rogue, and Dallen, the sorceress dragonborn fighter, had made plans to repel an enemy from the doorsteps of their citadel. Having rescued Dallen from his very own brother, controlled by an ancient enemy of his bloodline, the party has come to realize that Fradnir, the brother of Dallen, has had his body taken control of by the evil villainous Dragon, an ancient black dragon in spirit form now, supposedly seeking means to either regain a proper body for himself or perhaps gain some sort of information from Mount Draxus the Lich. He's brought an army of undead to the doors of the citadel and has besieged it, claiming that either all inside should die, join him, or flee. Otherwise, he is planning on conquering the citadel no matter what. The party, not wanting this to happen, has called forth allies to try and come to the citadel to aid them against this undead menace. But knowing that it may not be enough, they've talked with their inventor, Namfudel, in ways of how they could aid in the defense of the citadel. And, unsurprisingly, Namfudel had prepared a defensive mechanism that he planned to utilize to help protect the citadel, but it was not quite ready yet. And so he sent the party out to go retrieve what was necessary in order to complete it. They managed to get the first item with the Inferno rifle that Dallen possessed, needing the intricate details of its designs to help finish the mechanisms that Namfudel needed. Now, the party sought a power source for the defense mechanism itself. And the only thing that would do, according to Namfudel, was the heart of the fire elemental. Thanks to Milo's connections, he was able to ascertain that there were two within Dundras that would be viable options for them to go hunt down. One that was under the control of the fire giants, over by High Yorvaska, by Lancaster, and another that was sent to Anar Dracul, under the orders of its previous ruler, Thanatos. But before it arrived, something led out to awry, and its whereabouts are now unknown. Deciding that was probably the safer option for them, the party packed up and made ready to depart for Anar Dracul. They used a sending stone to call up their old friend, Captain Barbosa, and the Kraken skull, in order to meet up with him at Port La Montagne. After a day of traveling from the citadel over to Port La Montagne, the party settled themselves for a night of rest, to allow Dallen to go visit his old friend, Woodcarver, Mr. Denham. And they also met an intrepid cartographer as well, who had managed to actually been by Dallen's home island, and offered to write up a map to commemorate their meeting and for a small charge. Dallen was happy with this, and agreed to spend some time with Mr. Denham before heading back to the tavern. Meanwhile, the rest of the party had some more personal business in Milo's regard, as the three of them made their way next door to Comet's Landing, to the Celestial Delights. There, they met with the owner, which all had suspected, and came to a conclusion that it was indeed the Succubus that Dain had once freed from the Iron Flask all the way back in Anar Dracul, and in her hunger had nearly killed Milo. And at the end, Milo managed to stay alive, and the paladins were upset that they let a fiend get away. But they learned that this Succubus, Pesquira, had made plans to kind of get back at Milo for hurting her so by hurting his business, by setting up a brothel on the other side of the street from his tavern, taking away a lot of his business. But with some negotiations, she agreed to work with Milo instead of against, and basically dissolve her business and have her girls and herself work within his tavern, a little bit more secretly, but more mutually beneficial. Satisfied with this, the party returned to the tavern, though Milo had confirmed with the two paladins that he had a guy that he was planning on bringing forth to deal with this Succubus once and for all. the next morning, Dallen went back to his friend Mr. Denon and said his farewells to him as well as his daughter Sophia, whom he and Fradnir helped save back in Anar Dracul. He proceeded to pay for the map that he got from the cartographer and met up with the party at the port, where a very happy Captain Barbosa greeted him. They departed right away as they went onto the seas. The voyage was relatively uneventful, having some very good weather, as well as some interesting interactions with an individual on a ship who claimed that he had a treasure map that he was going to check out, but figured he might just make a quicker gold selling it off to an adventurer and having them explore for themselves. The party had agreed to this and had grabbed the map and made themselves a plan to go visit the island eventually to check out what was rumored to be a potential dwarven hold. And as the party continued on their days, at long last, they looked up to the horizon where they felt the hot wind of the desert upon their faces, and they could see the palace of Anar Dracul in the distance. Will our heroes be able to complete their mission and find the Fire Elemental and bring its heart to Nanful and save the citadel? We may just find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.
Fine, but be back here in this all this sand and desert.
Aye, I recall that ye had yourselves quite a scuffle when ye removed the authority from this here city. And the captain gives you a bit of a wink. Well, I'll tell you now that well, the business isn't quite as lucrative for businessmen such as myself. I will say that the city does look better off than every single time that I come by. It seems that
least
whatever
that's a
you
good
did
thing.
here has certainly had its positive impact.
Hope that lord stays dead and buried. Don't want to see him again.
Well, I'm afraid that a lot are quite worried about his resurfacing. I've been hearing lots of folks down at the docks when I be parted here. Rumour has it that the late Lord Thanatos, the one that ye all expelled from the palace, well, his son has long since been turned to ash and burned to ensure that he doesn't make a return. Rumour has it that the father, he's got plans of revenge. Though
Was
none
that
can confirm it.
I think I remember correctly. We received a message about they had located his little hidey hole and making sure he doesn't come out of it. But hopefully he'll stay there for long enough for us to deal with more pressing matters. Then we can come back and deal with him.
Hey, we definitely need to take care of him once and for all. Before too long.
Yes. Hopefully we get to fully bury him next time.
Oh, aye.
Talos gonna crack his neck and roll one of his shoulders. Still remember that hit he got from him.
I have no doubt that you lot would be able to put him down for good this time. But what I can see, you all looked quite a bit stronger than last you were here at Anar Dracul.
I just, well, hopefully a little bit anyway.
Now, ye, Master Durif, you certainly got some shinier dead upon ye.
Hey, unfortunately though, with the desert, won't be able to wear this one.
Talos got already looking at his armor like with a little bit of a sad face, like no, he goes like.
Sounds reminiscing about his traditional clan clothes that he lost during the explosions that he made.
Flashbacks of the chain reaction of the obelisks.
Now he just wears his that golden robe that he has.
Yeah, Talos, he's
Well-
remember like how he sinks in the sand. He's like, oh boy.
So how far are we from Anar Dracul?
Well, you're able to
Oh.
see the palace from here. You see a few ships coming and going from around you as the captain's bringing the ship into port as of now. We'll be on shore soon enough, lads. You may be wanting to grab your affections before you be departing.
Dain, I think we might want to take this moment to change our gear into something a bit more lighter.
Hey, probably for the best.
Let's see. Now Talos gonna go below and switch out his gear for. Let's see.
Dallen's
Which
gonna
would-
walk up the. Oh, what are you gonna say?
Sorry, I was like, which would you think would be probably lighter, the mithril scale or the adamantine plate?
Mithril?
Mithril, yeah.
Basically, this is your guys' last moment to make any changes before you get to the big city.
Yeah, Dallen's gonna walk up the cat's nest. He's not climbing up. He's just walking up because of his cloak.
Yes.
He's gonna be using that to get a higher ground to see the whole entire city.
Initiate the PNG music of Eagle Sight.
Yeah.
My mithril scale is not on my thing for here. And the roll 20.
No, that's odd. You didn't get rid of it, did you?
No. Right, there it is. I see it. It just says scale. That's why it says scale bill and mithril after.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. It's like, that's why. Use your brain.
Any changes or anything from Milo, or is he all ready to go?
Nope, he's good.
Okay, good. Alright, and so, as you all feel like the bobbing of the waves of the ship get slower and slower, you hear the captain barking out orders. Hey, through the line over there! Raise the sails! Drop anchor! Come on, faster, ye dogs! As you feel kind of a shudder in the ship as you hear the chain, and then as the ship comes to port. And as you all kind of get up to the top of the deck and feel the hot sun beating down on you, You can already see that the captain's crew is offloading some crates. As the captain looks at you all and goes, "Now then, would you like for me to remain here for some time to transport you elsewhere in the nearby future?"
Personally, I think you should. I would appreciate that.
Hey, we're probably gonna head back this way. It seems to be the safest location. Plus, there might be a slight pit stop, depending on time, if the rest of the party will allow it.
Oh, where do you think?
Hey, well, there was the island off the coast. We got that map from that
That
wild
supposed
sailor.
dwarven hold.
Hey, if we've got a little bit of time, wouldn't mind checking that one out.
Couldn't hurt. Well, I'm gonna go help them out, and then we can head off. So Dallen's gonna go and help out the crew, get all their stuff off the ship.
Yeah, you do the athletics check.
Yee. There you are.
First roll of the day.
Oh yeah, do I still need to make those other rolls?
Eventually, we'll get to that.
Gotcha. Yeah, athletics, where are you? There you are.
21, very nice. Yeah.
21.
As you kind of go over, you see someone's kind of stretching their back a little bit and getting ready to lean over to grab another crate. You rush right over, you pick up the crate right before them, and they just kind of go, "Oh, why thank you, lad."
Dallen's just gonna nod to him and head towards where he sees where they're putting all the crates.
Yeah, it's a short distance off the dock where you see they're loading it off onto kind of more inland a bit, but still well within the port. It's decently heavy, and as you're kind of moving about, like you could feel some slight shifting within, but obviously without opening the crate, you won't be able to know exactly what's within it.
It is what it is.
And Talos is just gonna put the that overall everything, that desert cloak that he has over everything, just to help with mitigate some of the heat.
Oh god. The desert's engulfing us.
You'll take a step off the dock, and suddenly a buttload of sand just all over you.
A sandstorm just happens.
The Kraken skull looks like the one seen out of the third Pirates of the Caribbean again.
As Dallen finishes up, he's just gonna come over to you guys like, alright, y'all ready?
Whoop. A little further. Do the change of scenery. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Where did Anar Dracul go?
Get you out of that quicksand there.
Quicksand. Not again.
Alright, do you guys want to go straight for the elemental? Or do you guys want to...
I mean, we kind of
Take a
need to
rest.
figure out where the elemental is.
Yes, we do.
All you roll me a quick
Okay.
perception check.
The elemental's right in front of us.
It's here. It's come for you.
No, it's gonna be a quick job. Captain, you mind getting the ship ready again?
Dain, you're just vibing. You're just all like, I hate sand.
It's coarse and it's rough and it gets absolutely everywhere.
Mm-hmm. As you start to flick some of it out of your beard.
You killed them all,
Dain.
the women and children too.
But Dain, all sand is just tiny stones.
Aye, but at least with gravel and other stones, you can get them out of your beard.
You
I
can
was
sand.
picturing. I was picturing as Dana hears that he just hops onto a pile of sand and just starts making angels.
The rest of you, as you all are kind of getting situated, you're noticing that there is... Oh, come on. That's not the one I want.
Some weird.
Oh, they have a club here in Anar Dracul now? Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, dude! Turns out to be the. Wait, have you gone to tavern here yet?
Yes, I have a tavern here.
You have to ask.
It'd be like it's like the tavern band is all. It's literally just the Star Wars tavern band. We're gonna play that same song all over again.
Let's try it. What do you mean, error? Might as well replace
Ever.
It's not wanting to play me anything that I try to put in. I should have tested this out earlier in the week. What do you mean an error? It doesn't like my things.
Error.
Let's try that one. Trying to get some ambiance going here.
Some good tunes. Cartoons.
Well, let's try that one, I guess. That'll work. What?
It sounds like fitting music for the desert.
You just need Milo with a cowboy hat on now.
Modrax, the oil baron, comes out of the woodworks.
Okay,
Listen here, you city slicker. This town ain't big enough for the two of us.
I was told that there would be some ne'er-do-wells around my part of the woods.
Okay, I think I got the music settled finally. Anyway, the rest of you, aside from Dain, who's flicking flicking sand out of his beard, the rest of you immediately are noticing that there's a lot of eyes from people going around the ports are immediately on you, and you hear some whispering as some people are pointing at you, and some of them, their faces seem to be lighting up significantly upon just seeing you.
Oh, I forgot to mention. Dallen's gonna take his mask off and he's gonna clip it onto his belt.
Very good. It's no longer blocked by the mass. You now feel the full force of the desert upon your face. By that, it's just a little hotter.
Yeah.
A little drier. You take out a little spritz bottle and you spritz your scales. But yes, as you all kind of stand there talking at the docks, you see that your presence is definitely noted.
Y'all want to go somewhere else, or we're just here for publicity?
Oh,
Yep,
we do need
Smile and
to
wave, boys.
Dallen, you doubt this one? You doubt this one isn't always here for publicity? As Dain points a thumb over towards Milo.
Milo's head is just gonna slowly turn towards you. You know, Dain, quite frankly, in my line of work, it's best not to be known to the public.
I mean,
Hey, that's
Milo, it is a good chance to advertise your taverns.
What do you mean? I don't own my taverns. Or I don't own any taverns. That'd be, another gentleman. I'm just a middleman.
All of a sudden, you all hear, like, kind of some slightly heavier footsteps as, without any perception check needed, you see a small group of individuals, kind of in formation, making their way towards you. They got cloaks on and, like, no history check needed. You recognize, like, the symbols on them to be the Circle of Sands, as the group kind of comes to a stop and the two at the front go down to a knee as they bow to you. Srila, Comet's company. Your presence was not known to us. We are honored by your return.
Greetings. So, we are here on a task most urgent.
Please join us to the palace. Ranos will be pleased to see you. As they then kind of stand up and turn around to head back towards the palace. Do you all follow them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You all proceed to make your way from the docks, following the Circle of Sand guards, making some familiar routes along the way. As you recall, from here, where the port is, you turn to the left as you can see on your right side the familiar sights, smells, and bustle of the bazaar. Some fond memories of some business dealings went on there. And Milo, you recall getting in contact with some contacts in this area as well. You'll then proceed to make your way up the road, where you pass by one of the gates. A gate that you've went in and out of several times. It is currently open, as they're allowing anyone and everyone in, but you do see there is a guard presence, double-checking certain individuals, trying to make sure that if there's any spies that meet you trying to get in, that they try and catch them. As you look through the gate, Dallen, you'll see in the far south the cliffs that you remember kind of staying in one of the caves within, waiting for your allies to return so you can join them. As you all proceed to make your way up the roads, you can see eventually you get to the crossroads where you turn to the north. But you look to the west where you see that there's a lot of the old buildings from kind of the more cheaper domiciles of the residents. You recall last time you were here, a number of them did get devastated and tore down from the combination of the fighting as well as the boulettes that got freed from the arena. But you can see that quite a few of them are looking rebuilt and in better condition than they did prior.
A lot of good reconstruction now. It's good to see the people getting back to their lives.
Yes, Bornos has ensured that much of the prosperity that comes to Anar Dracul is shared among all, and not just those within the palace. He, and as well as the rest of the council, have worked diligently and hard to ensure that this desert will one day be prosperous once more. As you all continue up the road, just a little ways, you immediately recognize the Temple of Bahamut, located in front of the Grand Arena.
Yeah, Talos, just a beaming smile comes to Talos's face as he sees the temple.
It was a little damage from the previous assault, but you can see that not only has it been reconstructed fully, but you can see that there's been quite a bit more work done to it. It seems to have expanded a little bit, and there seems to be, like, it seems to have gotten a little more attention and funding to it. Give me an insight check, Talos.
Sure, give me just one moment. Hold that. Oh, no, not that. Insight.
A 20.
20.
As you're looking at the Temple of Bahamut, like, it is in full glory, as Bahamut would definitely appreciate, but, like, as you're taking a look at it, you can't help but kind of squint a little bit, as you feel that, like, the way how it has increased in size and how it looks like a little bit more glamorous, you feel that, like, it has intentionally gotten some extra stuff. Like, almost as if, like, there's been a deeper focus for why you aren't able to really ascertain, but you could definitely tell that there's definitely, like, it's definitely had a lot more extra work done to it for some reason.
I see they've there's been a great focus on repairing the temple.
Yes. The caretaker within, he was very much beneficial with the recovery of the city. Plus, from his recommendations, we believe that by bringing more glory to Bahamut, it will help to keep the threat of he who must not be named away from the city.
Talos nods in agreement. Okay, there's a glint in Talos's eye, a pride and gratitude of that.
And before too long, after you pass the Temple of Bahamut and the arena, you make a left turn where, like, Dain, you can't help but look up the road a little bit, where you can just see the smoke and the large, just the entryway to the large building that you know to be your cousin's forge. And then it's overtaken by the new and improved Comet's Landing of Anar Dracul. As you can see, what once was the Oasis has now become and been rebranded, where there's quite a few individuals coming and going from it.
Oh, looks like the Comet's Landing doing well over there.
I hope so. Haven't been in there yet. Well, at least not since we started reconstruction.
Hey,
Well, just from here, it looks like it's doing quite well.
Yes. It is said that the one within received a hefty donation from an anonymous source, and in honor of the heroes, as well as from rumor from across other reports. They decided to name it Comet's Landing in honor of you heroes. It has done quite well, seeing as how it is at the center of the city. It has easy access for both the poor, the rich, and all in between. All are welcome within the Comet's Landing. And after several more blocks of walking, the area opens up immediately, as you can see before you, the walls and the palace of Anar Dracul. The drawbridge currently down and allowing passage to and fro, as you see several more circle of sand guards standing there at the ready. As the group is escorting you pass by, those at the door, the gateway, see you all, and you hear kind of some stamping on the ground as they all give you a salute. Ça va? as you all proceed to make your way across the drawbridge into the courtyard. Once you get past the threshold, past the walls, you can see within the palace that there is some about the same old. The palace seems to be just as magnificent as it ever was. You can see to the right, in that direction, what leads to the bathhouse, as you recall. Spending a few times, like taking in some of its like mutual benefits. You can also see a garden on your right side that seems to be even more well taken care of than it ever was before. It is lush and thriving, even going well beyond like this pre-constructed wall. It seems to almost like have enveloped the entirety of the interior walls. Not enough to like cause issues with walking about or moving, but certainly enough that it is definitely obvious that the druids within the Circle of Sands has been very much enjoying bringing some semblance of life back to at least some area. And as you all are taking all this in, you look up to the palace where you see coming down the stairs a host of individuals in robes, with a very familiar looking individual indeed. It looks like we might have lost Ryan.
His internet has gone, unfortunately.
Oh dear.
What do you mean? He's in
He
here.
just got back.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
he just got back.
Welcome back. Well, just
What are you
kinda,
talking about? He's here.
just to kind of give you a little bit of what you may have missed, Ryan. Basically, you all made it to the city, and you all saw the Temple of Bahamut, the arena, the Comet's Landing. Like, basically, you had to walk down memory lane as you've gone into through Anar Dracul.
Gotcha. Okay.
And as you're within the palace walls now, you look up the stairs, you see a host of individuals in robes coming down. One at the head in particular that you recognize very easily. You can see just his appearance is still just as tall and imposing as ever, draped in flowing robes of color similar to some bleached sand. His long silver white hair cascading down his waist, looking a little bit more well kept and a little cleaner than when you previously saw when he was more of a refugee than one that lived in more of a comfort and more of a secure area, not having to constantly move to prevent their discovery. His deep lines and wrinkles that etched his weathered face, with his piercing shades of amber eyes, and upon his face a very broad smile of content as he sees you all just standing there, as he kind of holds his arms out as he glides down the stairs to greet you all. Ah, my friends, it is good to see you again. I hope that you got my letter.
That we have. But we are here also on another mission as well. One most urgent.
Oh, as his face kind of becomes more serious. Urgent, you say?
Yes, our citadel, our base of operations and home, has been under siege by our enemy. The one that he who must not be named was in league with.
This is most dire.
So we believe that they are in contact again.
And he kind of looks over to the rest of the other individuals that start to nod their head. We have not heard of this siege of your citadel. Not much word has come, but give or take, how many days ago was this?
Talos is taking a moment to think. But after everything that's happened, it's like time for Talos is a little.
Yeah. You know
It's
that
been
he's-
about a week.
about a week and a half. Yeah.
Yeah.
That does indeed make sense then. You see, we also have some unfortunate and dire news ourselves. Despite our best efforts, he has escaped our watch. It happened about a week and a half ago. He burst suddenly from the underground place that we were holding him in, tore through our men, and escaped in the desert.
That would line up with what has happened with us.
We thought it quite curious, as it didn't seem to have any rhyme or reason. He'd been seemingly content to hide himself away to regain his strength and kill anything that entered his abode. To suddenly burst out surprised and shocked us. We were not prepared. We've since then spent many, many hours scouring the deserts trying to find his location. Afraid it seems as if the tables have turned, and that once we were being hunted, now he is being hunted. I believe your folks have a bit of a saying. Cruel irony, is it?
It's true. It may be that he is attempting to rally whatever remnants of his forces and unite with those of our enemy.
There's a good chance of that, but rest assured, we've been keeping a strong vigil within the bounds of Anar Dracul. We knew that he is not anywhere near the city. His presence would be well known long before he got well within the distance of the walls. Unfortunately, though this is our base of operations, we're able to defend it well. The desert is vast and great, and so long as he lives, we will not be able to return life back to it. And as such, it is easy for him to hide.
With any luck, we will be able to find him and defeat him at last. But for now, we have a pressing matter. We're in search for a fire elemental. We had word that we had heard that one was apparently being brought here at one point, but had been lost near the borders.
Reynolds kind of turns to one of the council members, who kind of steps forward and nods his head. Yes. In the records, it was supposed to be a gift to Lord Thanatos. The one that you slew. The reasons, we were not sure. Aside from the records showing that it was supposed to be a gift, it was also personally requested by Lord Thanatos himself. Best that we can presume is that perhaps he wanted to see a spectacle within the arena.
Knowing him, that his cruelty is very likely.
As Romos kind of furrows his brow and kind of strokes, puts his hand on his chin, thinking for a moment. I am not so sure. Fire elementals they are powerful creatures. We know of at least 4 types of elementals that inhabit the world. Water, fire, earth, and air. Altogether, they tend to hold a balance within the elements within the world. Their pure power that comes from the natural beings tend to warp and shape the world around them. I would almost suspect that perhaps Lord Thanatos wanted the fire elemental here to try and help hunt and bring us to extinction before.
As for us, we need its power, its core, so that we can defend our home. Right now, our citadel is being besieged by no less than 5,000 of the undead, as well as those who command them.
That is quite a force. You have my condolences. If I could spare the troops myself, I would gladly send them to aid you on your citadel. Fortunately, with the risk of him, I cannot risk leaving my city undefended for him to ravage it once more. As for helping you with this heart, though, this fire elemental, well, that could be easier said than done. See, from what I recall, as he kind of looks off to the distance, we had heard a rumor of this shipment. We weren't quite sure what was within it. Well before you all came to the sands. My men had gone and ambushed this caravan heading to Anar Dracul. Within the crossfire, the creature escaped. At the moment, my men did not know what it was. They merely reported to me that it seemed to be fire itself suddenly leapt from its container, fleeing into the desert. Creatures like that, fire elementals, they need a place that they can call their own. Some place that can feed them. The sands are not very hospitable to fire. There is not much matter, organic or otherwise, for them to absorb, to feed off of.
So somewhere like a lava pit would be more suited for them? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I would have to say that it would be well welcome and well at home with other hot, arid locations. Additional fires that they could consume.
Alice is like kind of rubbing his own chin now, trying to think of any areas out in that.
He kind of Renos turns to his council. Any among you? Have any of the scouts reported any sights of strange fires in the desert? Perhaps it is found somewhere within the sands. Ooh. Okay, most of them, they got well under 10, but I do have one with an 18 here on another check. As he kind of, one of them kind of steps forward and goes, Some of my scouts in the south have reported a strange sight on an island. They say that at night they can see what almost looks to be a bright fire. Almost as bright as from the mountains to the northwest. As Renos kind of looks off to the northwest and goes, Yes, I am familiar with that mountain. It is one of the two volcanic, one of the volcanic mountains by Lancaster. At night, at the top of the palace, we were able to see it quite clearly. That is a great distance. You say that your scouts reported something closer. Yes. As he kind of takes you all up to the top of the wall and points southwest. Over there. If you take a look, it is well beyond the borders here, many, many miles. But at night, there is a fire from that island. Kind of gestures over to someone else who brings over a map. They kind of unfurl it and he goes, Can you show me where? Yes. As he kind of points on the map, you're able to see that they kind of have the area, it's a map of the Ira Draconis. It's a very kind of crude map as well, very much a lesser version of what the map that Nanfiddle made for you is, as it only like covers the land of Draconis, which you can see that there's been a lot of scratching out of different words and names, and different like a lot of notes have been placed upon this map, indicating that like you can see that a lot of it was used to be like tree of this and like the valley of that, but now it's like ruins here and this there. Anar Dracul here. You can tell that they've taken an old map that they once had of the old ancient, like, enchanted forests and have been remaking it to reflect its current occupants. There. At night, in the large isle, we're able to see fire from there. Many of our kin have made mention, but they have not seen fire there for many years. Not since the residents of old vanished.
What kind of the residents of old?
Yes, I remember. Zoronos looks at it and nods his head. He looks over at you, Dain. Many, many years ago, there was a mountain there. From what we understood, it was an extinct volcano. And several centuries passed. There was a ship of dwarves that came, and they were trying to find a place around here. They heard rumor of several possible locations. One was down south here, and another was across the seas of a lone mountain. Seeing as how the island was far closer, they deemed more willing to investigate that, and before too long, those of us within our most delicate and favored forest shared a bit of a friendship between the dwarves of the island. They had established themselves a hold in the old volcano, and they shared several treasures with us, as from what they informed us at the time. The volcano, long extinct, seemed to have provided many opportunities for rare gems and jewels. At one point, though, my kin had tried to reach out to them. Several made a trip to the island, only to discover that the hold itself was abandoned, sealed off. Signs on the outside indicate that they had left in a hurry.
It's not like my kin to abandon a hold, especially one that is, as you say, if it was reportedly so rich in gems, we would not give that up without a fight.
Indeed. We made some attempts to reach out and try to discover what happened to them. We later learned that they had made their home over to the mountain to the west, to the east, across the seas. They had fled the island, and upon reaching the more uncharted area, it seemed as if they had found themselves a suitable home there. It was quite some time ago, though. I've not heard word from them in a long time.
You see a mountain to the east?
Yes.
Would it be this one? I'm just going to point to La Montagne.
If that is the only mountain within that side of the ocean, then I would have to say yes. That must be the location that they must have gone to.
Well, now that is very interesting.
Mind you, this was a long, long time ago. Centuries, even.
Oh, aye. Something to keep in the back of the head for later. Might have to explore that mountain a little bit more thoroughly.
If you do that, and you do find any sign of our old friends, it has been some centuries, but they are dwarves after all. I do imagine I may have some old friends that would still be alive to this day if they still remain.
A couple of, well, my kin are very long-lived, not as long as elves, mind you. Some of our kin are very, very long-lived, even among dwarven standards.
Oh yes, your kin are almost always incredibly hardy folk. Now, as he kind of turns his attention back towards the island. It is very curious that there is a flame there. After all, the mountain was long extinct. I do not see any reason as to why there should be flame there. After all, the island is remote. Last I knew, there was no direct port to it. You had to take the smaller vessels in order to reach the shore. And so around it, being previously a volcanic island, the land around it within the water can be quite hazardous for any large ships attempting to get too close. We were told tales from the dwarves at the time that they had several times where they had some of their kin sink upon trying to get close to the island, and other times where they had to rescue others that tried to get close as well.
Yeah, Talos is actually going to pull out that map that he bought and try and compare what he's saying with the location to what the coordinates on the map were, to see if they match up.
As you're taking a kind of a look, give me an investigation check. 14. The map is very old, and as you're taking a look at it, it's a little hard to discern. You see that there's several notes written in common, but it is definitely has more dwarven text to it. But the way that the island is somewhat shaped, it looks a little differently than what you have on the map. But it's similar enough that you feel confident that it may be one and the same.
Well, I'll be. I turn to the rest of the group and well, it may be that map that we just bought might be the location where we need to go after all.
A map, you say? Zoronos kind of curiously looks over at what you're kind of looking at.
Listen, go ahead and show the one that I purchased and show him.
Nat 20, of course, this makes sense. As he looks at it, you see kind of just his kind of more serious face curls up into a slight smile as there's a bit of a glimmer in his eye. I recognize that handwriting. It is that of my dear old friend, the founder of the Hold. It's been a long time since I've seen his writing. Seems that what you have here is a genuine map from one of the original creators of the Hold. It is a bit more of an older dialect of Dwarven, though, and so I'm not surprised to see that it has not been fully translated by whoever has this comment here.
I don't know, if you don't mind me asking, your friend.
He had, much like myself, many names. But to the most common individual. Let me check my notes. Pull that up. His most common name that those in his clan knew. He was of the Thunderslam clan, and he was Thorgrim. Thorgrim Thunderslam.
Hey, Torgin Thunderslam. I'll have to remember that name.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and post that for you. Forgive me, I've been overtaken by nostalgia.
Hey.
It's alright.
Now, as for their hold, they named it similar to the founder, as they named their hold Lugram. The hold of the island. Just the map now. Thugram. Boop. What if I got like a nice token I could use for that? Let me see. As he takes a look at the map and just kind of steps back a bit, and goes, Now, we have ourselves a lot of information. I will say, though, that I do not quite know if your fire element would be there. After all, as you can see on the map, there is quite an expanse of water between the hold and our land of Irajukunas.
Hey. Well, you did say it was an extinct volcano over there, right?
Yes, that is what my old friend Thorgrim had once told me, and that is as to how they receive so many valuable gems and gemstones.
Hey. My hold over in Blackspire is also an extinct volcano. However, the magma chamber itself is still very much alive. It could be that the fire elemental was born in the base of the mountain. Or they might have woken it up.
It might be attracted to it since it senses the magma chamber is still active. It is a great source of heat. It might have tried to find its way to it.
Aye, especially since if it wasn't born there or it wasn't woken up there, if it's the one that was being transported over to Anar Dracul here, it might have sensed that, yeah, it's the warmest place in the area and went over there.
Yes, you may be correct. After all, we have no other reportings of any other signs of volcanic activity anywhere near here. The closest, of course, is closer to Lancaster. If indeed this fire elemental could sense some fire within the mountain of Thugram, there's a good chance that it may have done anything it could to travel across the waters and make its way over. It may be a good place for you to investigate, though I would have to urge caution. If it has indeed made its way there and has indeed become in contact with the magma, what we understood, it was originally coming here to Anar Dracul, that it was but a humble fire element. There's a chance that it may have evolved or gotten stronger, being in contact with any lava.
Both good and bad for us. A stronger elemental or even a greater elemental probably help out with our project that we've got going on back at the Citadel. But it also means we've got to fight a stronger elemental.
Indeed. I have no doubt, though, that you would be able to handle it. After all, it should not be anywhere close to as being as dangerous as he who must not be named.
Hey.
I wish I could be of more assistance to you, but unfortunately it seems that this is all the information that we can provide.
You have provided much more information. You are completely fine. I thank you for your help, Baronus.
Of course. Anything we can do to aid you. And we will be doing our best to try and track down Lord Thanatos, his father, to ensure that once we find him, we can try to contain him long enough for you to arrive to help put him down for good. As long as he lives, this desert will never recover to what it once was.
Aye. He's definitely a threat to everyone.
But you have had yourself a long journey, and I'm afraid that you will have another long stretch of your journey before you. Please, would you join us for dinner within the palace? Ease your worry troubles.
Let's see the rest of the group.
What your mission is too impending that you cannot, we will understand. Well, we simply wish to help aid your minds and ensure that your weary bodies can recover.
I'll say, just for dinner. I mean, after all, it'd be rude of us not to stay in the inn that someone built in our honor.
I understand. Yes, though the palace here has quite a few rooms that are very accommodating. I will say that I've heard many good things from the tavern. Yes, please come join us, for the hour grows late. As he and the council begin to kind of stroll up the stairs.
Then we'll start to follow them afterwards.
So, as the party, you make your way up the stairs. It tires you out a little bit because there's a lot of stairs, but you make your way up, and as you kind of enter the palace, flashbacks from your time before race back as you take in the hallways, and you recall from a long, long time ago when you were, quote-unquote, captured. And you had to make your way through the palace eventually to find your way up to face like the mad tyrant Thanatos. The son, not the father.
Yeah.
As you pass by the different hallways, you can see several individuals are moving around. You recall looking as you look down a hallway where you remember the jail cells used to be. You can see that there are several guards there, but there doesn't seem to be as high security as it once was, indicating that they may not have anyone of high profile that they're imprisoning at this time. As you're looking, you continue down the hallway towards one of the main chambers. You look to your right where you recall passing through where there once, like before, there was the kind of the inner barracks within this floor of the palace, where you remember that there was a kitchen, a hidden door that allowed you to escape the prison, and eventually make your way around to the chamber up ahead. As you continue down the hallway, you see an office to your right where a small library and a desk are within, where you see several individuals currently at the desk writing and going through books and scrolls as they seem to be logging stuff. And then two grand doors get opened up as you all step through, and you recall what's once held a lot of like hoarded treasure meant to kind of brag to anyone that passed through this way to get up to the throne room. You see now has more decorations, artwork, statues. Whether or not this is because someone may have looted this room or not remains to be... no one's questioning. As you all pass through it, no one questions. It's all a fact of life that this is now like a nice, good decorative area. As you then head up the stairs where you recall, like, looking up ahead where you had the fight of your lives, where you, Ranos, and Thanatos, Lord Thanatos, the Mad Tyrant, had battled it out to stop the ritual that would have geist the entirety of the continent of Dundras. You can see from here that, what once was a throne at the other end of the room, you can now see that there is a table placed in the middle, and many, many chairs around it, indicating that the council has taken to this room for holding their meetings, and it still holds purpose. But you no longer see a lot of the symbols and other signs of occult or otherwise magic that once gripped it before. Though, as you take a look and as you turn to the left to head to kind of what you would assume is where the dining area up here is, you can definitely see signs of some rubble and some rock displacements here and there within the throne room, even from this distance, where you recall having been thrashed about and battling out with the father of Thanatos and his incredible titanic strength. And as you pass through several rooms where you can see some more traditionally servant quarters, they eventually get to like a larger grand ballroom area where many tables are set. As each of the council members kind of go to sit down and rest their feet, as you see that there are some some chairs that like have just been brought in specifically for you all. You can see that they do not match the design of any of the other chairs in the room, but they are still they look very comfortable as is.
Goodness, goodness. We'll say that the place definitely looks a lot more composed than last time we were here.
Most certainly. Especially considering last time we were fighting for liberation. Now, the people of Anar Dracul enjoy a reign of peace. As we here at the council work hard and diligently to ensure that all are treated equal. As we work to bring back prosperity and peace throughout all of the sands. As you all kind of get situated and sat down, drinks are brought out, some very refreshing beverages.
Talos takes a good long drink, especially with how the heat here is. He's like, definitely enjoying this.
Dane's also going to enjoy a nice drink once he gets situated.
Let's see. So, as they kind of bring it out, and you get a sip of these drinks, you get a very tangy and refreshing, like orange drink. It's got a bit of a sour taste to it, but like it seems like it is very like it seems to almost have been chilled in a way as you kind of bring it up to your lips. It's very kind of citrusy, tropical like smell to it. Though you have had orange juice before, this one is significantly different comparatively to like orange juice.
This is different than what is this?
This we call agua de tamarindo. It is a beverage made out of a tamarind. Anyone that wants to can roll a history check on that. '21. May have come across it at a bazaar before. Tamarind, what's that? Says Dallen.
Never heard in my life.
Milo, you would have definitely come across it as well.
Sorry, my thing's it's being weird. I had to reload it. There we go.
Talos,
Wow.
you too have also come across it. There's a good chance that you probably tasted it when you were last being treated at the palace, back when the Dark of Power ruled the lands. You know that essentially there's the tamarind plant, which usually has has a fleshy, juicy, acidic pulp. It usually comes in pods. Whenever it is matured, the flesh of it usually has a more of a brown or reddish brown color to it, and like the seeds are essentially like taken out and swished into like a pulpy juice and made into this drink.
It is quite delightful.
Talos gonna continue enjoying the drink, just sitting, kind of getting a bit more comfortable and relaxed.
If any of you prefer, we do have other beverages as well. After all, I personally enjoy some lovely, lovely tea. As you watch as he kind of picks up a vibrant red-looking beverage that he brings up to his lips and sips on it. Arcade. And so
I'll just kind of look around and just kind of take a flask out, kind of pour it into his drink.
add some alcohol to it. And no one judges if anyone even sees that as you all kind of take your drinks. Eventually, you do notice that some dishes are brought out. As you all get to enjoy some that they start to, like, as they come out, they're kind of named for you. For one, you are given some, let's see, a mixture of different stuff. You see some things, some what looks to be meat and maybe some veggies on some sticks. They tell you that they're kebabs and kofta. They offer you some, a mixture of brown lentils and macaroni topped with fried onions and a spicy tomato sauce that they call koshari. It looks very, very, very delicious and aromatic. They also provide you with some wrapped up looking, like, some sort of like veggie stuff. As Renos goes, yes. Some of my fellow Socrasan, some of the druids, have enjoyed bringing up some more vegetables for the population. This one is what we call mashi. You can see that it usually, like, as what you can see, it almost looks like some sort of tube, like green tube-like thing with stuffed full of baked vegetables, like you can probably see some bits of zucchini in there and some rice, and it's got some very aromatic herbs that kind of waft up into your nostrils. And it's just it's generally a good feast that is provided to you, and even something something you're familiar with seeing, but like it's a little odd because as you take a look, you see what looks to be a baked potato before you, but then as you start to kind of like dig into it, you can see that the kind of paler look of a potato seems to almost have a redder color, and then you realize that they've given you a baked sweet potato instead of just a baked potato. Biting into it provides a little bit more of a kind of a sweeter taste to it.
I'm really enjoying the sweet, because being a Dragonborn, like, that's more of like a treat to him.
You can see that there's a general theme where, like, there's a decent amount of vegetables and, like, stuff that is like they're able to grow or, like, acquire from nearby, but a lot of it tends to be a bit of on the sweeter side than what you may be used to. But overall, you all enjoy a very delicious meal.
Bananas.
That I'm going to have us take a quick bathroom break real quick, and we'll be right back.
Sounds good. No, I'm just thinking out loud.
It helps to think out loud sometimes. Oh, sorry, I just jumped back in, so... Hey,
Oh, hi.
we got everyone back in? I hear Remy and I hear Aaron about Ryan.
That's the only one that we're not sure of.
Checks?
Yeah, I'm here.
Very good. Alright, so Ryan's probably taking a moment to get back. Yeah. Well, Remy, I hear that you're joining Justin and I over at that Minecraft server.
Right, move them on.
Kind of looking forward to seeing what they turn into, because we've got a lot of old buddies from Justin and I's past that are coming together for this thing, and it's like, hey, this could be kind of cool.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I haven't done a proper multiplayer game in a while. At least not one that at least not a realm or the server that I've got.
Yeah. It certainly is.
So it's going to be, yeah.
I think
I think the last oh yeah, I should do. Well, hopefully anyway. I think the last true multiplayer game that I did was almost a decade ago at this point.
Man. I mean, I guess to be fair, same. That was about the time when. Well, I guess I started about a decade ago, and then it was more or less 6 or 7 years ago when it ended up dying because the owner passed away. It was very sad, but there was also a lot of complications with the staff and everything else, and I'm sure Justin could probably tell you stories.
That's fair.
I'm already just working to try and humanize myself, because the moment when they invited me over and I kind of hopped in and I got an immediate almost celebrity response to my presence, and I was like, whoa guys, easy there, come on, I'm just an average guy here.
I'm just every guy wanting to play video games.
It made sense at first, because these people, we were all part of the same Minecraft community server, and there were 3 in total, but ours was the newest and most kind of youngest community, and I joined it when it was brand new. I had just basically got my first computer that was able to actually play Minecraft, and as part of that, I was looking around for something to join, and I happened to find this server, and I just kind of, just grew along with it. My biggest claim to fame was that I was not actually staff or anything else. I was part of a different section of the community where the owner, he was wanting to integrate some more real life stuff to it, and so he actually had a plug-in that incorporated a court system to the server, with judges and everything. And essentially, the judges were there to try to help, with land, divvy out land, property, and other legal business. It was all very in depth, and I was the last elected judge of the first year of that community, and I ended up being the longest serving judge as well. And so a lot of that is where I get a lot of my fame from. Anyone from that old communities, they remember me as a judge.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Anyway, TLDR, I'm looking forward to seeing what we can make with this one, if it can actually take off, because it would be cool if, because I don't know if you've seen Remy, but they got a lot of interesting plugins and interesting stuff they're trying to add to the game.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of the things. I haven't actually jumped onto the server yet. I might do that later on. I was at work, and I'm just scrolling through some of it. It's okay, so I see a level up system, there's bosses, there's arenas.
Dungeons, yeah, it's got like a
Dungeons.
MMO core to it.
Yeah,
And it's also has
Adding-
incorporates classes, magic, that sort of thing.
yeah, and there's like artifacts and runes and such. Basically, it sounds like almost Minecraft D&D.
In a way, it kind of is. I mean, that's essentially like
To a point, yeah.
what he's got going right now. What you could probably experience is like essentially what an evolved version of what Jess and I used to play will end up being, hopefully. Because that was essentially what he and I we used to do. Was like you had vanilla Minecraft that you could do, and as part of the vanilla you could level up some skills and stuff, and it was all a good time. Anyway. Now that we have everyone here, I'm assuming checks. Roll call.
Yep, I'm here.
Aaron,
Yep.
Ryan,
E.
and then Remy.
Aye.
Okay, so we have everyone back. No, we don't have to talk about that no more. Instead, get back to D&D.
Huzzah.
Alrighty. So, as you all finished up dinner, would there be anything that any of you wanted to try and discuss, or like have any sort of role play with any of the council members or notes or anything? Or would you all like to head to Comet's Landing?
I guess during the meal, like Dain would just be asking like the state of the city and how things are coming back together. Just genuinely asking just how things are going.
And Ronos would be happy to respond. As you may have seen as you've been traversing your way through the city to the palace, there are still a number of buildings that are under construction, but as you can see, a majority of the city has been renewed from before and improved. Admittedly, we've used quite a bit of the gold and funds from the treasury that Lord Thanatos had acquired here within the palace. And so, as such, as a city in whole, we may not be as rich material-wise, but spirit-wise, the city has never been richer. All within its walls are much happier than they have ever been. And with our druids working hard, we've been able to provide plenty of new foods and resources to those within the city. We've even seen a rise in individuals partaking in an unusual way that, to be fair, I've never quite seen before. They've taken some of our druid craft and they seem to be lighting it on fire for personal consumption. I would object, but they seem strangely very happy afterwards, and so I presume that something that makes one so happy cannot be that dangerous.
Slowly looks over at Dallen. Like, he just gives him a look.
Dallen just shrugs.
You've created a recreation.
The bloodbath that was once the arena has been transformed in a way. Instead of blood sports that we hold there, we now try to hold other sorts of entertainment, such as musical concerts there. And, well, there are some more of the aggressive types that want to work out their aggressive physically. And so we are currently working through options of potentially having some kind of safer entertainment. I'm not quite sure, but we've had a few suggestions come forth where we've heard in some places where they have duels, but they have it to the first blood, where it's not lethal, it just hurts. We've considered something like this. Others have perhaps said looking out beyond to provide entertainment. For example, instead of battling it out with weapons, some have suggested that there may be certain pastimes from other nations, other cities that we could perhaps take inspiration from. we hope to do some more research on this and perhaps provide a safer, more accommodating entertainment to those. After all, we understand that being in the desert, there is much work to be done, but there is also, for those that aren't quite like us, that really appreciate the nature of everything. As he kind of gives you all a nod, like, I understand that there are many of those that do not take quite as much enjoyment as much as us. For that, we are seeking ways to ensure that like this boring, quote-unquote boring desert has some entertainment, not only to bring better enjoyment to its citizens, but according to some of the council members, they agreed that it would be better for the word commerce. Yes.
If you don't mind me saying, there's something you might want to try and do. Well, you'd have to scale it up.
Oh.
But there was an arena game that we played against each other. That we, how do I describe it?
We all kind of fought mini figurines of ourselves. Is that the one you're talking to? Or
Yes,
talking about?
they would have to. Yeah, they would have to scale it up. But you guys could try. You guys could try and do something like that for combat sports.
Also, it brings there's no deadly peril to the players, but they still have their ability to get the action that they wish for.
We'll have some of our members investigate this and see what they can figure out. I appreciate the suggestion. A way to still have a way to still hold on to tradition, to make it safer. That would certainly be very, very nice. As he kind of nods approvingly. Now, besides from reducing the blood bath that was once there, we made improvements all across. For example, Mr. Braxflyer, your cousin, has been very instrumental in providing arms and armor of high quality to some of my members. Although I will say that he may complain to you about it, as a few of our members, the requests were a little unorthodox. As you know, you and your family, you excel in metallurgy. But there are some of my kin that they do not like the feel of metal. They feel that it is impure in a way. And I would say your cousin has done a magnificent job accommodating for some requests regarding some carapaces and leather and other resources. In fact, if you all are wishing, I could bestow upon you a gift. You see, before we relieved him from the citadel, the previous ruler, of course, had worked hard to try and arm his troops accordingly. And part of that was to provide some decent armor for the sands. It was hard for some of our troops to get past, but they were certainly very effective. If you would like, I could try and have some outfitted for you, and we could have it for you by morning.
Say, I'm intrigued. You wouldn't have to have any half-plate.
It would not quite be like that. It is a very specific design. Well, it is hard to describe, but I assure you it is incredibly hardy. It would be similar to like strength in a plate armor, but much lighter and a little more arid, allowing one to breathe in it a little easier.
Well, yeah. I would love to get a set of that.
Yes, so you shall try to have some tailored for you tonight and deliver to the tavern in the morning before you depart.
As he's talking to him, Dallen's gonna be looking around, see if he catches a glimpse of that guard he bothered a long time ago.
I forget. Was that one of Thanatos' troops, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. As you take a look around, you will note that you cannot actually see him. You can presume that he likely either was persecuted, escaped, or otherwise something else happened to him.
Damn shame. I was gonna bother him some more.
So basically, Dan, you get that the city is doing much better than before, and it is improving, and everything is doing well. But you can definitely see that as he has a lot of hopeful and happy news about this, that at the same time you can feel the shadow behind him that all the success and everything could be shattered should he return.
Aye. Fair enough.
Did anyone else have anything for the council or anything else?
No, not from Talos.
Alright, so then as the meal finishes up, the council all bows to you as they take a look at you all and go, "We thank you again, and we hope that you will have a safe journey, and you are able to find the elemental and get what you need and restore your home to peace."
Once again, I do thank you for all your help.
Of course, it is the least we can do for everything that you have done for us and our people. May you rest easy as you will depart for the island.
We shall be back, though, to help with a certain disturbance.
As we shall.
Now, I hate to cut things short, but we have business that we have to get to.
Of course. May you have a good night. We shall deliver the armor to you in the morning.
I would much appreciate that. Thank you.
As you all depart from the palace, it is easy to make your way back as you all proceed to travel through the palace and eventually make your way the courtyard and the gateways back into the bustling city of Anar Dracul. As the sun has set, a chill is beginning to run in the air. As you all could see the lights and hustle and bustle up ahead of the tavern of Comet's Landing. Let me double check my notes here from this place. There we go. As you all kind of enter the tavern, you can hear just a hustle bustle of just like people like celebrating and just like taking it easy after a long, hard day of work. And you see people going all around, getting drinks, food is being passed around, and up at the counter, you see a familiar-looking dwarven. Well, for a couple of you, some of you may not have probably met her. Milo, you see a familiar dwarven innkeeper with long, straight gray hair, shaved on the right side of her head, and blue eyes with her smooth tan skin. Piercing on her right ear. You can see her hard at work serving up drinks and taking up orders as Rada Baldwin is manning the desk.
Excuse me, ma'am. Would you happen to have 4 rooms available for the night?
Just a moment, I'll be right with you. As she puts down a mug and turns right. Now, you said you wanted 4. Her eyes just kind of go down to you. Her mouth just stops and lolls away. It goes, by more than it, Milo! Comet's company! As she kind of shouts that out, and everyone just like this noise stops. Everyone kind of turns and looks at you, and then realizing it's you, you suddenly hear a "Yeah!" A whole cheer as the entire tavern erupts around you.
You're quite welcome, I see.
Aye, of course. But the heroes of Anar Dracul, of course I got rooms for ya. Then she kind of goes over, grabs some keys, and hands them over to you all. Finest in the house. Come. What'll you be having for drinks? I can see that you've got to be thirsty.
Oh, you got any whiskey?
Oh, do we got any whiskey?
That is why I asked.
You know, she kind of turns and
All just whiskey.
Yeah, it's just all whiskey. That's all she sells.
insert Wild
Not
West
cool.
joke.
Anar Dracul, famed for its whiskey. Enough that they don't make any other drinks.
For ye, Dallen, I've got something nice and special lit up here. As you watch as she turns around and she has a few ingredients that she kind of puts over. And in a medium bowl, you watch as she throws in some lemon peels, some sugar, some toasted spices. She then muddles the ingredients for a couple seconds as she goes over to grab a drink, like a mug. You then watch as she adds some lemon juice, a little bit of a dark-colored liquid, some light-colored liquid, and then you watch as she pops over a bottle of whiskey, pop, and then she pours it in, as well as takes another bottle with her other hand, pop, and pours in what looks to be, you could assume, are probably bitters. You watch then as she kind of like shakes up the drink, like seemingly infusing the entire thing with its flavor. As like You can almost see that there's a bit of steam coming from the top of this as well, almost as if like it's hot. You then watch as she, in the other mug, you can see that there's some steaming white liquid within it. She pours and mixes together the whiskey mixture as well as the hot milk and stirs it up. She then kind of like takes a hand fan out, and then she proceeds to fan it over the drink, allowing it to cool a little bit before she hands it over to you.
Oh, well, much obliged. As Dallen's gonna take a sip of it.
As you take a drink of this, you get the, like, essentially what almost is like a milk punch. Like a creamy, like, texture from, like, the milk within the beverage, as well as, like, a combination of what tastes like cloves, cardamom, cinnamon, anise, like a whole mixture of different spices just kind of come up and smack you in the nose as you feel like the burn of the whiskey as it goes down. And surprisingly, like, the drink is rather cool to like as you put it in, but like it warms you up very nicely, which you feel like with the cold air outside with the sunset, it gets very cold in the desert. This kind of drink warms you up very nicely.
Say, ma'am, what's your name?
Why, my name is Rada Baldwin.
Well, Rita, if you don't mind, keep these coming. As Dallen downs it.
Oh, of course, Mr. Dallen. I'll have them coming right after the other. Anything else for the rest of you lads?
I'll take one of those.
Coming right up. And she also pours you one. In case you're curious, I call this the cat's cradle.
Cat's cradle.
Aye. I learned it from a tabaxi that came through some time ago.
And Talos goes ahead and starts taking a sip of it.
That's very different.
Yeah. Like a combination of like a creamy whiskey in a way. Definitely kind of makes you feel like a happy kitty, in a way, if you were a cat. And as the rest of you all kind of get your drinks as well, through a special request, obviously, Dan, you are served a Black Spire Reserve.
Raise the glass and take a hearty swig of it.
And then just wine for Milo, probably.
Sure.
Let's see here. So for you, Milo, as she kind of serves you up a thing of wine, you watch as she fills a cocktail shaker with what looks to be lemon juice and some mint leaves, She then uses a muddler to gently bruise and release the mint's fragrance, as like you can feel a bit of that kind of cooler like fragrance erupt in your nostrils, even from that distance. You then watch as she adds some gin, elderflower like liquid, and a little bit of a dribble of some sort of dark syrup. She then puts it in some ice from a thing down below and shakes it up for about 30 seconds. She then fills it up into a tall flute, as well as with additional some ice. As she kind of serves it to you, you watch as the mixture almost takes on a kind of a bit of a green color. As she hands you a glass of the Emerald Door. You can definitely tell as you taste it that, like, between like what almost tastes a little bit like matcha, lemon, some spruce and gin, elderflower, like, you feel that this like almost has a bit of like a shadow of what would be a kind of like a higher lifestyle, like an elevated life beyond the door. So you all very much enjoy your beverages as the tavern, like, several people come up and are like, oh, I want to thank you again for everything that you did. A few others go like, I'm able to do so much more in my life because of you. Just like, you get all sorts of praise and many, many happy people that are very pleased with your presence.
Talos will be polite and greeting them and speaking with like light small talk with them.
Dallen's gonna, whenever they come to him, he's gonna grab them by the shoulder, yank them in, and like, come drink with me. As Dallen's downing another glass of that whiskey.
Oh boy.
Roll me the con save as you're downing.
Gotcha.
Dallen, remember, we have shit to do tomorrow.
And he's not certain, so he can't make the stuff to make him feel better.
With a 24, you feel a good buzz come along you, but you're not overwhelmed by it.
The most important thing, do they come drink with him?
Oh yeah, they do. It is an honor to drink with the heroes of Anar Dracul for them, and everyone, like, you get the celebrity treatment as people from all over the city are just. In fact, that like news that you're in there brings in even more people as the tavern kind of like gets over full to bursting, as people are all around just trying to like make their way in to see the heroes of the city.
As Milo, well, does Milo say we have stuff to do tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, Dallen's gonna knowingly look at you and like glance at all the people who just like all the extra people who have come in. It just gives you a wink. He goes back to drinking.
Miles gonna look over at Trey and just give him like a quick slice in the neck with my hand. Just like no more for him.
I'm off.
She gives you a bit nod, and you watch as she makes the next drink. You watch as she adds significantly less liquor to it, making it more of a milky drink.
Gotcha.
Just enough alcohol for the taste, but most of it's milk.
Halfway through, Dallen's gonna pull out one of his logs and start carving. And he's gonna be making a. What should he make? He's gonna pull out an extra large log and start making a small chair.
Give me a wood carving
If that's
check.
possible. Gotcha.
With disadvantage.
Is that true?
He's not under the poison effect, so it wouldn't be with disadvantage.
Oh!
Oh shit.
I'm sorry.
You're so focused on trying to impress people that as you proceed to like pull out a log and start working on it, like, oh, watch this, I'm gonna make a chair. You shave off some bark and you put the log on the ground, and it is a log. And you're like, ta-da!
Yes, Oh, okay.
Give me a charisma check.
Great charisma or like a performance or something like that.
Performance.
Performance? Gotcha.
You're so charismatic and confident about your work with this log that people look at it and go, amazing! And they buy your cheap log trick.
Gotcha. Yeah, throughout the whole entire night, Dallen's just gonna be working on the chair, making it an actual chair.
It's gonna be a lot of work, as unfortunately you have so many people you're entertaining, and it is very distracting. It's a little hard for you to knuckle down and actually get it done.
Gotcha.
Anyone else have anything they're doing?
Dane's just enjoying the time.
Talos is doing the same while at the same time, kind of like mentally, trying to plan out how they're going to deal with the elemental, with pretty much everything they're going to be dealing with. It's like, okay, let's take these one at a time. Deal with the elemental, defeat the army. Might come back and deal with Thanatos if they're able to pin where his location's down. Deal with the undead. Honestly, this music fits for the tavern. Ow! What the heck? I just laid down on something sharp and... Oh.
Eventually, as you all finish up, you're enjoying your time in the tavern. The hour grows late as you realize that it is time for you to go get some rest. And you all proceed to depart and make your way to your rooms where you all get your rest for the night. And was there any last-minute, nighttime routine stuff that any of you wish to do?
Before John goes to bed, he's gonna check up on the carving, the handgun carving that he's made, and make sure that every single touch is as to what he wants.
Do an investigation check.
Gotcha. I'm just staring at the gun like, why is there two of them? investigation.
13. As you take a look and investigate the magnificence that you've crafted up, you can see that it is definitely very like you're feeling pretty happy about it overall. The work that you put in has been well done, and at this point you can't see any other improvements that you could make.
Okay. And as he's done, Dallen is gonna pass out.
Alright. Anything for Talos?
I think Talos is going to be mostly going through in his normal routine that he normally does. Like, just kind of for now, like with the people in the tavern, just kind of being polite, answering some questions, not going into super deep detail, obviously for certain subjects, but other than after that, like when it starts to look like it's going to get late, like Talos is definitely going to try to excuse himself to find a place to get some rest.
Anything from Dain?
Dane, I'm just going to be mostly thinking about the Dwarven hole, but also just sort of having a quick look at stuff and then just passing out.
A long day, and you all are very happy to get some rest.
Yeah, everything that looks fine.
Oh boy. Never change, Dain. Never change.
Classic
Well,
dwarf asleep on a table.
if anyone was to come into the room, Dane is still like in his armor, just like face planted sideways on the bed.
Oh boy.
Dane is comfy.
And then anything from Milo before he goes to rest?
Milo's got nothing.
Very good then. As you all, in your respective ways, like lay down, pass out for the day, otherwise get yourself some rest. You all will benefit from a long rest, as you all will be waking up on the 14th of Markmanoth.
Very nice, very nice.
So, as you all wake up and head down below, like, you're immediately, like, greeted by individuals that, like, are cheering you, and, like, your presence being known has still not gone unnoticed, and people are eager to, like, meet with you and just, like, absolutely just, like, celebrate you being here. But before you start to feel overwhelmed, you see as a great number of them begin to part ways as some individuals in robes kind of come and cut through the crowd, kind of creating a separation between the door and you, as a couple of individuals kind of stroll on in, holding some very interesting looking garb as they reach over to you all. what are you trying to perceive, Milo?
What kind of garb they're wearing, if I can recognize it at all.
Ah, yeah. You're able to see immediately that they wear the garbs of the Circle of Sands. And the garbs that they hold in their hands, you can see that they look similar to what you saw some of the Anarian guards like what they used to wear. I was trying to find the picture because I got like. Because he has his notes for this here. So, essentially, from what you all could see, they don't have the helmets to them, but the armor itself looks very similar to. Y'all have seen the Persian immortal armor.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, essentially, without the actual helmet, you're basically given garb of the Persian immortals, where you can see that they have a very it looks almost similar to a kind of a mixture of plate and scale and chainmail. And you can see that a lot of the color of it has been somewhat scraped off of what used to be just kind of like a black color, and instead has a more of a kind of a more sandy looking color to it. As these are presented to you, the individual, one of the individuals handing over goes, "These here are modified armor from the Anarian Guard. We believe that they will aid you should you need to go through the desert once again."
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
There's no need to attune to it. Essentially, as you all kind of wear the armor, wearing the armor will grant you heat protection, fire resistance. It is classified as half-plate, but you do not need proficiency to wear it, as it has been tailored specifically for you. And it has a +3 to its AC, with no disadvantage on stealth.
What do you say? What type of armor it is?
It's classified as half-plate, but it's essentially Anarian armor.
Gotcha. Okay.
Combination of leather, metal, and just it looks like a Persian immortal armor.
Huge. This will be good for when we go back to the desert.
Indeed.
Add that to here. Is it has it been added to the Roll20 inventory yet, or?
Not yet. It's a bit of a custom item.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
So it's just +3 half plate,
Mhm.
and put that in my D&D Beyond, and then I'll go over to
Yeah, I'll
Roll20.
pull up all your inventories and I'll have it added.
But no, that's not what I meant to do. My
Yes,
bad.
Dallen has armor proficiency.
That is true. That is true.
Armor proficiency. It's like just announces like a disembodied voice announces with big letters above Dallen. Armor proficiency acquired.
Let's see, I said it counts as half plate, I believe. Yeah. Classified as half plate. Plate armor +3. Okay, so let me jump this over to your inventory. Boop. And then we'll add the extra details later. Boop. And let me, if you're not equipping it, I'll make sure it doesn't auto-equip here. Boop. That'll just mess up some things. Oh, did I already have it added to your inventory, Dain? Or did you have previously have a half plate armor thing?
I previously had a plate of +2.
Must have accidentally added that then.
He must have double added it, yeah, because I have 2 half plate armor +3.
There we go. And it's for Dallen.
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Undo. So where else that is gonna.
So this is armor that will basically give you like it'll be most efficient and maximize its like its abilities while you're within the desert.
Okay.
I've renamed it to the half plate desert armor.
Works for me.
Alright. Well, I should probably start making our way to the docks, since we're going to be heading to that island.
The Circle of Sand guards kind of give you a nod, and as they say, we shall escort you there.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Just gonna give a nod to them.
As they proceed to kind of hold back the people and they aid you in making your way around like the group of people outside. As what you end up making an impromptu like parade essentially as you all make your way down back to the docks.
Well, didn't think we'd have such fanfare going through Anar Dracul like this.
Really? You're that surprised? I mean, we did save the whole entire city.
I mean, I don't know.
The perils of being well known.
Aye.
Eventually, as you continue to pass your way through. You make your way past the temple to Bahamut, where he's not able to get close, but Talos, you do see familiar priests giving you a wave.
I give him a hearty wave back.
And eventually, as you make your way down the roads through all the people, it takes you a lot longer than what you would have hoped. You do eventually make your way to the port, where like another group of circle of sand guards are kind of holding position, just kind of like keeping people back as they proceed to essentially keep everyone back, as the captain just like Captain Barbosa is up on his ship looking down at all this, just kind of just like chuckling to himself as he sees you all there. Ahoy there! We didn't try
Ahoy
to
there,
just see that I would be transporting some celebrities around. But I'm trying out to charge double for the transportation, aye? This gives you all a wink.
So it's just us chuckling under us, just shaking his head.
Come aboard there, laddies, before they overwhelm ye and stamp you to the ground. As he kind of waves you on up, as you all hurriedly hop up the gangplank to the ship, where at which point they pull it up real fast as the crowd just kind of surges forward, just like cheering and crying to like, Thomas Captain, Dallen, you're the greatest. Thank you so much, Milo. Talos, yeah. And it's just like all sorts of things. Go, Dain. And Dain, give me a quick perception check. A 10. It's a little hard to hear, like with the crowd just like going, but you feel an itch in the back of your neck, and you almost feel like you hear something familiar, like almost like an ancestral horn or something, but you can't quite discern from where or how.
You know what? I'm gonna just help Dain out on this one. Give him aid.
Well,
Is that 1d6 bardic inspiration, or?
Yeah, give me a perception
using
check yourself, Milo, just to see if you'd
Oh,
be
okay.
able to.
If I'll be able to, come on.
Yeah. So Milo is like you like through all this, you're just kind of like whatever. You hear like a, and as you kind of look up the hill, you see like it's a fair distance away, but you see like a smaller statured individual, and as Dain is just kind of like waving, it's like hi. You just basically kind of walk up, grab his head with your two hands, and point his direction up to where to where this is coming from.
Dain seeing his cousin on the hill, he's gonna grab his horn and join in.
Give me a performance check with it. $14. You bleed out another thing as you feel the ship shudder as the ship takes off into the ocean. As the sails just, as you, and you, as he fades away in the distance, you can see the stature of your cousin waving both his hands up and down, just like as a farewell.
I'm gonna try and wave back to him as well.
And after a short bit of time, you can see there's just a small crowd of people at the docks as the city of Anar Dracul starts to become smaller and smaller. You know, Milo, I'm quite used to grabbing folk off the shore when they're fleeing from crowds of angry people. Not quite used to grabbing and fleeing from Darn fans.
I mean, it's basically the same idea.
Just
Why
with
is
End result, get the
arrows.
fuck on the ship.
Just with less arrows being shot at you.
Oi, that be true. Well then, where we be off then? It seems as if your quick stop here at Anar Dracul has been a rather short one.
So we've confirmed it's the most likely location. And I pull up the map with the coordinates. It's like, it seems that fate was actually on our side when we met that that traveler in the seas that sold us the map.
Aye, you got that right. I knew that island very little. I totally understand. There's not a whole lot over there. It seems to be rather wilderness. But it seems to be rather dangerous to try and get any ship close by. There'll be rocks underneath that'll sink you quicker than you can imagine.
Maybe we get a bit as close as possible, and then we can probably we might have our own methods of getting across. Maybe, Dallen, do you think you could, if we get closer, you could summon that that spirit thing that you did where we fell? We could fly over?
Yeah, if we get close enough. But, won't be able to carry everyone.
Oh, I have mine. And I pull out my bag, my wings to fly.
What do you say, Milo? Think your carpet's up for it?
Two things. One, didn't Talos just blow his wings of flying? Can you carry both me and Dain on your dragon? And also two, doesn't this ship have a skiff or something to go ashore?
That is true.
We're about to mention that. So once we get close enough, we can take one of the dinghies and allow you to sail ashore with it. But I mean, if you've got other plans, and I'm not going to stop you.
I mean, I would rather not waste my spell slot.
Oh, very well. Well, since we're on traveling, we shall make some final preparations and changing with our gear and prep ourselves.
I'm not quite sure exactly what you may find upon that isle there. After all, for what I understand, it's a very wild place. Hasn't been anyone that's proper that's lived there for as long as I can remember. Without any parts or anything, it's very difficult to get in and off at that isle.
Hey, well, we shall see what's there. Apparently there's a hold of my kin over there.
My, I think I recall you mentioning something about that, and once you put that there map of yours.
Hey.
Well, that's the likely location where the wayward fire elemental might have gone off to.
Well, we'll be a few days off from that there, so we'll be heading there right away. After all, we have to sail around the kind of peninsula part of Anar Draculis. You know, the one on your map there that looks a bit like a dragon skull. Ooh.
Understood.
Inspiration, if I ever kill myself a dragon, I'll be getting another ship and renaming it the Dragon Skull. Yeah.
I mean, I got this, as Milo just kind of pulls out a... fuck, what was it? The
young green dragon skull.
Yes.
Yes, the captain goes, "Aye, you got yourself one. Well, Unfortunately, I can't be taking credit for that as I wasn't there.
Hey, I've also got one of these as well. I'm gonna pull out the Hydra's head.
Hey, laddie, that there looks, that there be quite a thing.
Hey, a memento from our adventures.
I'd be surprised. Not many that are around. I don't quite hear that many sea fish stories from the parts that of folk who claim they've managed to actually put down the Hydra.
It was an angry thing. It was a combined effort. I'm gonna put the head away.
As the ship bobs up and down on the waves, you feel some splashes like come up at you from the salty sea. And the captain guides the ship around as he goes. Well, for what me navigator has informed me about, that there isle that we be heading to, it be a fair distance away. I believe that we'll be able to arrive there tomorrow evening. It'll be rather late, but if any of you wanted to, you could perhaps sail in the morning and rest up. But that'd be up to you. Till then, I suggest getting yourselves comfortable. It should be a relatively quick trip.
Hey.
And then as he takes to the helm, he'll kind of be looking down at you, Milo, and he'll say, "And of course, we'll be having to check this onto your tab.
Aye.
Me navigators have informed me that this sort of distance should be about 72 miles.
This time, can we just bill or pay up before we head off? I just want to make sure that there's not going to be any more extra stops that we take.
I suppose so. So, you'd be wanting to... You can calculate the charge to get to the isle and then back to the port, La Montagne.
Aye, for now. And then add on whatever else the lads said to go next,
Aye.
in case we do.
I'll get word to the bosun, and he'll come back with you with the numbers.
Aye, I appreciate it.
Okay, so as you all essentially proceed to sail for the rest of this day, it is a rather uneventful day as you tug around the coast. You can see like the sands of Ira Draconis pass by if you tend to take a look. Then eventually the sun begins to set. And eventually the time for bed has arrived. Is there anything any of you wishes to do before you go to bed for the day?
Before Dallen goes to bed, he's gonna be looking over his homeland's map,
Alrighty.
just reminiscing.
It's a very odd sensation as you look at it, as you never really got to see what it looked like from above, obviously, and like you're very familiar with like what the island contains on the inside, but like taking a moment to just kind of look at it overall, like especially with all the traveling you've done, you recall the island feeling so large and so big. But then as you kind of look around you, the great vast ocean and the land that you know is around you, you realize just like how much smaller than like your island feels now that you even have like a map to kind of measure by.
Playing this, Dallen's gonna drift to sleep.
Talos is gonna go down below and start like going through his gear and prepping himself.
Very good. And before you go to bed, Milo, the bosun, he kind of comes down to you as Walrus kind of goes, made our calculations. It's going to be roughly about 290 miles travel. That calculates to about 290 silver or about 29 gold per. So long as there's not any unexpected stops.
Milo just hands him 120 gold. All right, that's for now.
As he kind of takes it and he gives you a nod. Very good. Have a good night's rest. As he kind of
You as
stops
well.
his way away. We need different ambiance now. Anything from Dain as the night wears on?
Dane's just gonna kind of be in his own head thinking about what could have caused an entire hold to kind of be abandoned, and then he's just gonna kind of just head off to bed.
Very good. Anything from Shax?
Well, I'm good. The Talos is gonna be kind of just like going through like kind of have some of his gear, like he's like sitting down, having some certain gear things like spread out, mostly kind of like going through like a little personal inventory of certain gear and things while putting them like one by one either into his pack or into his bag of holding.
Very good.
It's like it's been a while since he's officially gone through his stuff, so it's kind of like he kind of and had like right next to him is like his little personal journal, and he has it pulled to a blank page, and he's kind of like jotting down everything in there, what he has and the amounts of certain things.
Do me an investigation check.
Sure. Investigation.
10.
10.
Everything seems to be like where you have it. You take the good moment of time to kind of categorize and like go through all your inventory. And to your surprise, you find a copper piece just kind of loose around that you didn't have accounted for. You gain 1 copper.
It's like Talos is like, oh, neat. It's like that old like the adage of find a penny, pick it up, and you have good luck. But it's like find a copper, pick it up. This is going to be my lucky day. Proceeds to... Oh gosh. What evil have I brought upon myself?
Oh, Lord. Okay, and unless there's anything else from anyone.
From my end.
Then you all get yourself a long rest, as you all will be waking up on the 15th of Makbanath. Oh boy. And it's everyone's favorite time again. I need someone to roll me a D100.
Very well.
Ooh, quick volunteer. I like it.
Yeah.
38. Let's see what you won.
And all expenses paid trip to the brig.
Oh, this
Yippee!
gold
Just
here-
what I waited!
This gold here is fake. We're putting you in the brig for that.
Well, it's better than getting kill hold, so he'll take it.
You just hear a click behind the guy. Just hears a click behind him. Looks behind to see a barrel. Dallen.
Alrighty. 38. Oh boy, okay. So, as you all are proceeding to kind of sail through the day, you watch as at one point in the early morning, the tip of the peninsula of Ira Draconis comes and goes away as you kind of open up into a more open sea. As you proceed to continue to sail onward, I need all of you to roll me a perception check.
Perception, oh boy.
Dane, you're busy, or Dane, yeah, you're just busy just being Dane. You're keeping your
Yeah.
eye out for birds, big birds in the sky.
The birds!
Talos, you hear a curious splash, but it's a little hard to discern exactly, like, if it was just something slapping on the side of the ship, or, just normal sea noises. But Milo, you've been on sea enough, and your kind of like sailor, like trained ears recognizes like the kind of unusual slap splash that is heard kind of on the side of the ship. And with the 23, as you look around, Milo, you quickly take into account that most of the crew members are in their positions, save for one.
Uh-oh.
Milo quickly looks off the side of the ship where I heard this splash.
As you quickly look over the side of the ship, you see quickly falling like further away. You see someone splashing as you see arms just flailing in the water.
And overboard!
What? Talos pops
Down.
up out to his feet.
Dallen's gonna run down the side of the boat and try to grab him.
You trying to ninja run the side of the boat?
He has a cloak that allows him to run on walls.
Oh.
Cloak
Cool.
of Arachnid.
And he has a ring. Yeah, he also has a ring that lets him run on water too.
It's like starting to run out of the walls and start running down the waves.
Essentially what he's about to try and do. Am I fast enough to do that, or is it?
Yeah, I'd
It's
say
a-
like if you're dashing, you'd be able to kind of like in one turn kind of make it over to him as like you exit the proximity of the ship. You kind of hop off the side of the ship and onto the water as you run over to him, and you kind of grab him and hold him up as you see like a long, curled, white-haired with red-eyed individual as like he's got a nice round face and a colorful tattoo of a Kraken on his right hand. As he's just kind of looking up at you, just like. He watches he kind of does something with his hands, but like you're not able to really discern what he's doing exactly.
Alright, Dallen's gonna pick him up and try to get back to the ship.
All right, with him like weighing you down a little bit, you're only able to move at half speed, so even as dashing, you're able to just slowly start to catch up to the ship, but. Like you're not, like it's a little harder to catch up to it. Is there anything anyone else wants to do to help him?
Talos is gonna activate his wings of fly and try to fly over and try to help grab the guy and see if he can carry him that way.
All right. With the wings of fly, you're able to kind of fly back quickly, catch up, and keep up pace. As the wings of fly give you a 60 speed, that allows you to kind of help grab and hold it, especially you have your belt on, I assume, right?
Oh yeah, of course I.
So
that belt is like permanently grafted at this point.
yeah, this individual, I mean, he's got a pretty massive build, standing at about 6 foot tall. But even with that, like with you in combination with Dallen working together, you're able to kind of drag him back up onto the ship easy enough.
As we get on officially onto the board of the ship, I'm gonna deactivate my wings.
Alrighty. The individual kind of sputters a little bit as he kind of looks over at you, kind of woozily and shakily, as he kind of moves his hand in a bowing formation to you, Dallen.
No problem. Just don't do it again.
You all right?
He kind of looks over at you, gives you a thumbs up, Talos, as he there's a bit of a hiccup. As the cat, you hear kind of a stomping from behind as the cat goes, "Arr, what be all this then?"
Man overboard.
Brewish key again. As
Is he all right?
As Brewis kind of looks over and just kind of waves at the captain. Arr, you damn mute. You can't be drinking that heavily if you can't be able to communicate to us when you are absolutely blowing through the wind. We get this every once in a while. Brewis here, he'd be a bit of a mute. Yeah, he can only communicate with his hands, you see. As you watch, he kind of does some hand symbols. Yes, they know that you appreciate what they did for you, though they shouldn't have been needed to do that in the first place. As he kind of shakes his head. Thank you, lads. We'll be sure to deduct some payment for you for your service. As he kind of nods over to Balrus and he grumbles, as he kind of grumbles and goes over and hands you 10 gold pieces, Milo.
Really? Just 10 for saving this man's life? I'm sure he makes more than this in a day here.
You doing a persuasion check?
You know what? Yes, I am.
Woo! He's right. He deserves a little bit more, Boris. Go and give him a little more. And his horse is like, it kind of gives you the stink eye a little bit as he reaches in, and then hands you 10 more pieces of gold. Giving you back 20.
Thank you, Boris.
As he kind of goes over and you watch as he does a backhand to the back of the of Brewis' head. As you watch as the mute just kind of holds his head, goes ouch, but he doesn't actually he's able to say anything. You just hear breathing, just ah.
Grr.
Get him down below to his cot and let him sleep off this. As a couple of other sailors grab him and just help carry him down below deck. Well, a bit of a bump into the road there, but good news is we should be at the island within a few hours. Prepare yourself, laddies. And true to his word, after a few more hours of sailing, as you all are kind of itching, ready to go, the sun is starting to set a little bit, and so it's getting a little bit on the darker side, especially as it's getting closer to winter. There's a colder breeze in the air. As you see, a few of the other sailors have started to put on coats to protect themselves from the cooler air. As you all take a look around, you look ahead to the stir, to the bow of the ship, and you can see an island growing larger and larger up ahead. You can see just from here, it's absolutely filled with greenery and shrubbery, and it seems to go up to a tall point around the center of it. And even from this distance, as you look at the map, Talos, you can see the way the map is drawn out and what you see before you looks very much alike. And, curious enough, as you all are getting closer, you can notice that from the top of this mountain, you see what almost looks to be a bit of a glow coming from it. You don't see any smoke, but you do see a glow.
I'll pull out my spyglass and I'll take a look as well.
Yep, through the spyglass, you kind of get a closer look. You can see what they were talking about. It definitely looks like the remains and remnants of an old volcano. You can see that there's still plenty of greenery that has grown up along its edge, but you can definitely see the contours of lines of where perhaps some old lava flows used to be, and you can see several different holes here and there that this light is coming from all over. It's a little hard to see with the spyglass, but you swear you can almost vaguely see what almost looks to be perhaps actual structures.
Well, it's definitely some type of structures there. I wave over Dain and Milo to hand them over the spyglass to each of them so they can take a look as well.
Hey, structures? As in multiple, or is it just like an entrance?
It's kind of hard to make out. It might look like a combination, maybe from this with the fading light. It's a bit hard to make out.
Mind if I have a look?
Talos hands over the spyglass specifically.
Do a perception check with advantage, Dain.
Aye. No,
that's not right.
Barbosa, your piano's still playing random songs.
Ah! As he kind of like stomps over, and you hear another bang, bang, bang. Damn thing! Yeah.
It's almost like we have Nymphoodle on board with us.
Yarr. I don't know what gets up with that thing there.
Might be able to have someone take a look at that at some point, but adds a bit of well, adds a little bit of fun to the ship sometimes.
Yeah, it used to play quite regularly, and it used to work quite well. And then, of course, it had splattered a bit of sea salt, and now it's gone all haywire.
Hey,
As you take a look at the spyglass, let's see, you got a 14. Yeah, you're able to kind of, as the ship is getting closer, it's getting easier to see, but you can definitely see the island is definitely very wild and overrun with, like, greenery. You don't really see any immediate signs of life. No villages, no other lights, no ports, nothing. Just as you take a look, you start to see the glow from several holes that, as you take a look, you can kind of recognize what almost looks like the remains of maybe some ancient dwarven windows, letting some natural light in from the outside. And they seem to kind of be flickering with them, what looks to be like a familiar firelight.
I see the structures that you mean, Talos. Some of those look like some of the windows we'd carve into the side of mountains in order to get some natural light in there. Some of those windows because they're reaching miles into the ground. If you position some of the mirrors correctly. I remember as a child hearing about one of our great holds from my ancestors, and they would grow crops under the ground and have like wild trees growing in some of the ancient corridors down there. But aye, that definitely looks like the remains of some sort of hold. The shoreline is not looking exactly the most pleasant in the world to get to.
That is true.
We'll be able to get ourselves a little closer from here, but too much closer after that, and we risk running ourselves aground. We'll be sure to get the skiff up. But you best prepare yourselves, as we are getting close to the isle.
Aye.
As the captain barks out a few orders and more commands as the ship starts to slow down as it begins its approach.
Talos is gonna, before he he's gonna switch out his cloak, fly with his, which one of his cloaks? No, he's actually gonna switch to his, mantle of spell resistance, just in case.
Alrighty.
Since we're going to be taking the skiffs over.
I'm trying to pull a background photo right now. Let me see how that'll look before I jump it on you guys. That'll work. There. It'll be just a moment. Boop. As you all boop. Oh, no, that one. Whoop, boop. There we go. Yep, as the ship kind of comes to a stop, you hear the anchor splash as the ship shudders. You hear a few of the crew members like kind of talking to each other. It's like, all right, come on, get that rope down there. As you hear another as the captain kind of goes over to you all and goes, "Hi, we got this skiff down for you. Yeah, to be able to take that to the isle, but be wary yourself. There'll be a few sharp, pointy rocks that could also puncture a hole in the skiff there. I hope that you all have experience traveling via one of these rowboats."
A little bit.
I've seen it on the ship, but apart from that, no.
Well, if you have your Mr. Talos that has experience, you should be fine. All you have to do is just
I've had a
take the
few,
oar and
nothing-
just row.
Yes, nothing too aged, just a little bit of experience. Not saying I'm an expert.
Just hop in, I'll take care of it.
You suddenly hear one of the other crew members go, like, shut up. You hear that? He says he's an expert. Oh, he's an expert, you say? Well, then they should be quite fine.
You know what? Fine. Fuck you. Get your ass in another dinghy, and I will fucking race your ass over to that island. Either shut the fuck up, or pay.
I never
This
said I was an
wage.
expert. Some of his hands are like, I never said I was an expert.
Like, Talos is looking very, like, uncomfortable right now.
No, but I'm saying I am.
And technically, you would be.
Well, Talos is gonna start heading over to the dinghy and start getting it ready to get in and lower it. Oh, Dallen, I think, had to go. Just saw his message.
So, as you all kind of hop into the dinghy, and like, it's a little like jarring at first as you kind of get onto there, because you go from like the big steady ship where you feel obviously like you got your sea legs at this point. You go from like just feeling like the subtle like swaying in the ship to suddenly like every movement feels like you could like collapse or like tip over this this canoe in a way, and you're just like whoa as you're getting down into the skiff. And As you all kind of get down and all of you kind of sit comfortably on the skiff, the captain kind of looks over and shouts down below. Now, all of you remain in here for a few days, but just to let you know, if in that we don't hear back from you, or any reason, anything from the Sending Stones or otherwise, in about 3 days, we'll presume that you've decided to off yourselves, and we'll be making our way over to Antiva. No hard feelings, just good business.
Hey, Captain, hold on 1 second.
Aye.
As Milo's gonna take off his Baron's ring, cast Mage Hand, and send it up to him. If I die, give this to Garrett in Antiva.
He kind of holds it and goes, Aye, I'll be sure to do that for you. We'll call that your dying wish, as he gives you a wink.
If I die, though, and you don't give that to Garrett, I will haunt you for the rest of my days. Or the rest of your days.
Aye, message heard, as he kind of gives you a two-finger salute.
And Milo starts to row the dinghy over.
It's an unusual experience for Dain, Talos, and Dallen, as you haven't. For Dallen, you had a similar experience with this a long time ago when you left your island and otherwise, but it's been a minute since you've actually been in like a skiff. As you feel like the deep bobbing of the waves as you get closer and closer to shore, as Milo very expertly rows the boat into shore. As he's doing so, you notice as he's basically facing your all direction, as he's near the front of the skiff, as he's kind of taking the oars and pulling them towards him to make the boat propel backwards away from him, but obviously towards the island, as he then kind of rows over and pulls back, and he just has a continuous rowing motion, just starting to sweat a little bit as it's hot and it's hot work, as he's just basically staring at the three of you, making you all three feel very uncomfortable.
Milo's gonna casually just make faces like he's getting pleasure out of making them uncomfortable.
Oh, this they're kind of twiddling his thumbs.
This is awkward.
Oh, sorry, don't make it more awkward.
While they're going, Talos is gonna look around, see if he notice anything of that all on there as they approach the island.
Do me a perception check. 22, very nice. Is there anything in particular you're keeping your eye out for?
Right now, it says they're in the dinghy approaching with all the volcanic rock around them. He's keeping an eye out for any of the rock that might be just barely under the water. That might be a problem for them on their approach.
Very good. It's very good of you that you did that, because as you decide to take a look, you come to notice that Milo, as he's doing an expert job of navigating a couple things, you take a look and the waters around here are a little more crystal clear, and that allows you to notice that there is a very sharp-looking rock that Milo's heading right for. That obviously he's not able to see because he's focusing on rowing.
Yeah, Talos is gonna alert him to the position of the rock under that's jutting from the water.
And how do you alert him?
Which direction is it at?
Dead ahead.
Milo's rocks dead ahead.
Oh, okay. So the reason why I've actually all gathered you here today is because I'm just gonna end it all. Kind of tired of this adventuring life.
Wait,
As Milo just casually gets closer and closer to the rock, and at the last second, just kind of moves out of the way.
I was the whole time like, I don't know, That wasn't funny.
Yeah, it was. Just the expression of you shitting your pants brought so much pleasure to me.
Before long, after dodging a few more things of rocks, you all feel the skiff come to a stop as you hear the grinding of sand as the ship comes up. And Milo, you feel resistance as you try to keep rowing, but you're just like, you hit sand with the oars and you're just like, as you feel you have arrived.
Land ho! Smile will hop out of the dinghy and start taking a look around.
Talos is gonna take some of one of the ropes out of his bag and make sure it's like the thingy is at least tied to something. Even, like pull it up a farther than sand, but also make sure it's tied down to something just in case the tides come in.
All right. Basically find a nearby tree, and like with your like thousands of feet of rope, you are easily find
Right.
You very easily like have it tied down. And as you look around, so you kind of get situated back on land. It's a very unusual kind of feeling because you feel yourself to be in a very remote area. There's palm trees around with what looks to be coconuts hanging off of them. You see like the beach that goes all the way as far as the eye could see from this angle. And you look behind you and you see just what almost looks to be like a very vast, like almost jungle-like area that leads up towards a tall, like singular mountain.
It's a lot of jungle.
Definitely is an odd place for dwarves to build a hold. I get the mountain. Even I'm looking at that, going that'd be a nice place, but the jungle, not so much.
I've been in plenty of forests before, but jungle is a bit of a new experiment.
As you look above, you hear like the cawing of some birds as you see seagulls kind of flying up around you. You look up and down the shore, you see some like crabs and some other sea life kind of making like normal coastal life, just kind of making do all around you. It's all a bit just kind of like an odd and unusual experience as like you feel very remote, very just kind of like you're glad that you have a ship nearby, because otherwise you would feel kind of otherwise marooned.
Just gonna kind of look off towards the Kraken skull, just to see what's going on.
You see the sails are all raised, and the ship is just kind of bobbing there. From the distance that you're at, it's like you can see just some slight movement on the deck, but it's hard to like really narrow anything down.
Well, it's definitely, it does feel isolated.
Yeah.
Should we start making our way up there?
The flowers in it.
That would be a bad idea to go check out these ruins over here first that you guys saw.
Well, that could be the entrance, actually. If they probably make it down lower, maybe.
Hey, Dallen. Are you there, Ryan?
Yeah, sorry, just got back. Had a dog emergency.
Oh no. Well, as you're kind of standing there, you thought you felt like something on your ankle. Then, as you look down, you watch as a crab swings its claw around, and it gets a nat 20 on it, pinch on you. As you get dealt 2 bludgeoning damage as it pinches your ankle.
We trying to be quiet?
You're trying to be quiet?
Oh, God.
Are we trying to be quiet?
No, we literally just got on the island.
Miles gonna go over, take out his dagger and... Okay, never mind.
That definitely hits.
I just posted wow, Dallen's reaction. He's trying to scream quietly.
You watch as like the thing pinches on Dallen and he goes like, "Ee!" And you watch as he immediately just like cowboy style just whips out his rifle, points it down, and suddenly boom! There's suddenly no crab anymore, and there's a crater in the sand.
Talos just like head whooper, not noticing the crowd. He's just like noting that shot something. You alright?
Yeah, it's annoyance.
Oh,
Well, I guess that's one way to take care of it.
Dallen, why is there glass on the beach now?
Don't worry about it. It was a completely justified reaction to a unjustified interaction.
Oh. It's like
Dallen has started trying to get into glassworking.
Yes. How'd you know?
Oh,
Then.
shall we proceed?
We shall. As Don walks off, away from the crater.
Dallen, the ruins are that way, not the way you're going.
I knew that I was just testing you.
Oh boy. So you all turn and head into the jungle, basically.
Yeah, I think we're starting to head toward the direction where the ruins were. I think it's I think I'll use like my sun blade more as like kind of like a machete to kind of carve us a path through the brush.
Very good. Yeah, because it is very thick. As you try to find, like, there is obviously no path. Like, this place is, like, practically uncharted. It's very clear that no one has feasibly gone through, like, this place in a hot minute. And so it takes you some time to kind of start to travel through as you have to navigate through jungle and like trees. It is very thick, and you start to feel like it's very hot in here as it's almost like congestive.
Very humid here. Like swig from his water skin.
Highly unusual, as you just came from the desert, which was dry and a dry heat, but now it's just like almost like a sauna. It's just like, whoo! You take out your flask of water skins and kind of have a drink.
Thank you for this extra heat. Might be because of the fire elemental. Its energy seeping into the land, or just because of. Talos kind of like his train of thought kind of breaks off as he's like just taking a couple deep breaths.
I don't know. Not really. Not really experienced a place like this before.
Dallen, you say you're from an island home. Is this normal?
You say that. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else. What's going on? I'm so sorry.
Talos is asking Dallen if this humidity is normal for islands. Because so far, Dain and Talos definitely have not had experience with islands and jungles and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, definitely. This is the norm.
Alright. Just keep pressing forward then.
Don't worry, it's gonna get better once we get underground.
And that assurance from him, you take some solace in that fact. They're like, oh yeah, well, it'll probably be a lot more temperature control down there.
Hey.
Talos is gonna get up and press forward with a little bit more gusto now, like trying to make more speed to get to those ruins and hopefully the entrance. Along the way, he's got to mark specific trees along the way so that they know the path that they took back, so they can get back to the dinghy.
Yeah, roll me a survival for that.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna use a lucky to one of my lucky to reroll. Never mind. Why is it when you want to roll lucky for certain things? It's like, yeah, sure, but then times are I'm like, no.
Sometimes that's just the luck of that sometimes. Yeah, as you mark a few things, you find it difficult to find some sort of tree chunks for time. As you mark it, you like take a few steps and then you look back and you're like, wait, which tree was it again? Oh, as you like, and those immediately lose it. As the jungle is so thick, it is hard to like make any sort of track or trail. And even when you like tread forward, you feel that you've made some progress. You look around and you're just like, oh, this all looks the exact same. Making navigating a little frustrating and a little difficult. But you do feel a slight incline as you seem to be making your way kind of higher and higher up the hill. And
Yeah, I'm certain with the
Oh, you're good.
As you continue to kind of fly, like climb up the hill, basically, you feel the incline just getting higher and higher, just like the heat around you. It is all just an absolute slog. I'll have all you roll me a perception check as you are continuing to like climb through this jungle here.
1.
Talos, you are struggling.
I was still in the back trying to figure out which tree you put the axe on.
It's like, was it this tree? Was it this tree?
Alan just grabs him by his armor and starts pulling him.
And Dain, you were having a similar thing where, like, this is a very unfamiliar sort of environment. You are having some difficulty. Let's do that silently. But Dallen and Milo, your head is on a bit more of a swivel. Milo, perceptive as always, and Dallen, you're familiar enough with this sort of stuff that, like, you feel that things are a little too quiet. And as you are continuing to walk, Dallen and Milo, like, you hear some rustling within the trees around you. And you get the feeling that you're not alone on this island at the moment.
Does the 26 hit?
I'll give you 23 since you don't exactly see what you're shooting at immediately.
Fair enough. Well, actually, how close is it to me?
Let me see here. About 62 feet.
Okay, never mind. I don't see it then.
But as you hear the rustle, you just kind of take an arrow and you shoot it. And then, Dallen, do you shoot the exact same direction?
Yes.
Talos is just now jump because of all the shootings going on now. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, you hear a couple, like a shot ring out from Dallen because it is very loud. Just it's like Tarzan, like Clayton's level of just like suddenly and then echoing through the jungle.
God bless it.
And like as this rings out, both of you go ahead and roll me some damage here. Oh boy. And did you roll, Milo?
Yes, 7 and 2.
Oh. Sorry, I was focusing, getting something set up here.
All good.
As you hear a rustle and noise, the two of you kind of whip around and buck off a couple shots, and like almost instantly you hear
What was that?
Down's gonna yell out if this thing can understand us. That was a warning shot. Come out and we won't shoot you again.
you suddenly almost directly in front of you, you hear something deeper and louder. As you all feel all the trees quiver around you, as you suddenly hear lots of rustling.
Oh no.
Well, he listened to us.
Yeah, Talos is gonna get his shield up and ready and a defensive position.
As you hear a lot of rustling and pounding, as it sounds as if a couple of things that are very large are heading in your direction, as it is time for everyone to roll initiative.
What have you done? What have you awakened?
No, we didn't awaken it. It was hunting us. Let's just put that out there right fucking now.
Alrighty, so Talos, Dain, Dallen, and Milo, everyone. Alright, we have initiatives from everyone. Boop. Once again, Dallen and Milo, the Absolute's just ready to go. As you all kind of get out your weapons and you stand at the ready in this jungle area, you hear noises coming from 3 directions. One area that is to your left that you initially shot at, you hear some noise coming from the right, and then you hear something bigger and louder coming from directly ahead. And not only that, but you hear what almost sounds to be like the flapping of wings, just
Dang, get down.
Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean get down?
Wings, they're flapping.
Dain immediately hits the ground.
Dain falls prone. And as it comes through the trees and through the brush, you see what almost looks to be some sort of strange-looking creatures. The one at the very end, like, you could barely see, but you could feel its presence. Through the thick trees, you see something with large wings and almost a leonin-like face and, like, back tail. Like, these things look absolutely just insane. Anyone, all of you could roll a history check to see if you have any idea what these things could be. Ooh.
Are you kidding me?
Good check from you. Dallen, you have no idea what that is, but it probably deserves death.
Well, I shot at it. Wait, so which one do we shoot at? I assume it's this one right here.
You shot at
Or maybe this one. Okay.
Yeah, Talos, like, you do not know what this is at all either. Dain, you have heard of, like, descriptions of such a creature that, like, it's just, it emanates the visage of a monster in every sense of the word. It has a vaguely humanoid-shaped head, the body of a lion, the wings of a dragon, and a bristling mane that stretches down the creature's back, and its long tail end just is in a cluster of deadly spikes.
What in the hells is that?
Like, you've heard just one word, you don't know much else. You thought that these were myth, that you have heard of the terrifying creatures known as manticores.
Oh dear. Huh. Well, if that's what I think it is, that's not good.
And yeah, Milo, you haven't encountered one in the wilds, but you definitely know a lot about manticores. whether through like a previous job, experiences from stories elsewhere, you know that manticores are very much evil predators, like fierce killers that hunt prey far and wide, and they usually work together in packs to take down particularly large or dangerous creatures, sharing the meal once they've taken it down. You know that they have a pretty decent flight speed, as they tend to like be able to use their wings to move around quite quickly. But more so than that, you also know that like they have like basically their most ferocious traits about them is they have terrifying bites and claws. As like that humanoid head, like well, it may look human. Its mouth opens up much wider and it has several rows of teeth, like a shark. But you also know something else that most people don't quite usually live to be able to tell about. The spikes at the end of a tail of a manticore, they're able to basically swing their tail and throw those spikes as if like to make a ranged attack. Meaning that they don't even have to get close enough to you to kill you.
I'm glad I changed my armor.
Alright, and then I finished calculating the damage onto that one there.
Is that everything Milo knows about it, or?
The damage?
Yeah, you know that generally when it comes to fighting them, they don't have any, like, it's been said that they don't usually have any resistances to attacks. Like, you don't need to have a magic weapon to fight them. Like, they'll go down just like any creature. And you know that, like, the spikes on their tail will regrow after they rest. And you know that those spikes on their tail are limited.
Alright.
But aside from that, very dangerous, very deadly. They love the taste of human flesh. And that's basically about it. Yeah, that one. And as you take a look around where you see one of them that was trying to be very stealthy, as it kind of comes out and just growling. This one here is looking very hurt and very angry at you two, whereas this one that pops out over here is making it look like it's wanting to charge you directly. As Dallen, you're up first.
Oakley dokley. Alright. Yeah, many choices I can do with this. What should I do? What should I do?
No die.
No problem. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And I'm taking shots at this guy.
Which one?
This one right here.
Alright. You should have you have a clear line of sight from there, so you won't benefit from any sort of jungle like foliage as it's growling at you.
Don's gonna give the 2-finger salute and pull his gun out, aim straight at it.
Ooh, 28 will definitely hit.
What about the 14?
The 14 will not hit. As the first shot rings out, you watch as it just whizzes by as it kind of ducks down and as it growls at you. And then your second shot flies and aims true as you do manage to hit it.
Now, what does it make this well, no, it's not close enough, is it? For the fire damage.
Probably pointed on it. Fire. Lots of intense fire and a 15 cone when fired. The round explodes on impact, dealing that damage to hit by creature. Now, it says that you need it has to be fired once per round before needing to be reloaded. Was your first shot the that inferno round?
Yes. So I have a feat. That lets me ignore the reloading. Crate.
Alrighty. So then, as you quickly reload, you take another shot, and that does make contact. Devastating blow to it.
And I use a sorcery point. Well, 2 sorcery points to make a spell attack.
Alrighty. We get bonus action.
And yeah, with my bonus action. Use 4th level magic missile.
Oh boy. 4th level magic missile. Are you
That'd be
using the
6
bullets on
darts.
one creature, or are you spreading them out at all?
I'm using on one creature. This one right here.
Go ahead and roll your damage then, as it will have no way to dodge or avoid this attack.
4. First level. Magic missile. 5, 6, 7. So 7 darts. For plus. Wait, actually there is a plus. That would just be plus 7 as well. So 17 plus 7. Which I think would be 24.
Yep. And as you basically put down your rifle after taking the shot, you hold up your hand as you do finger guns, as you beep, 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 as you shoot bullet after bullet after bullet as it whips around. The Manticore tries to charge after you as it begins to charge, as it, but then the bullet swings around and hits it, boom! It kind of gets jostled to the side as it continues to charge, boom, boom! Another couple bullets hit as it just begins to slow down weakly, and just as it's about to reach you, the last bullet comes from above and just, boom! Knocks it on the head, just, boom! As it grinds to stop on the ground. Just, as it lays there dead.
Noise. That's in my turn.
Alrighty. And with that, we go to Milo's turn. And Milo, you're up as you watch as Dallen finishes off the creature that you and him were attacking together.
Very well. Milo will move up to here. Does a 15 hit?
I'm assuming you're aiming at this one here.
This one, yeah.
It just hits.
Perfect.
Just as it's about to move to get out of the way, your arrow managed to find its mark within its body.
And I will be using 2 charges of Hail Thorns.
Oh boy. Yeah, it definitely hurts it quite a bit as you deal a devastating blow to it. Whew. That's a total of like 43 points of damage there.
That is correct.
As you take a shot and as it manages to you manage to hit it in a very vital spot. your previous tales and experience of learning about manticores in the past allows you to have a good idea about where you need to hit, and so you land a devastating shot, and then as you activate the Hail of Thorns, it explodes just all around him. You see its wings get tattered up, and it is absolutely just it kind of slides on the ground for a second. It's just as it is definitely not happy with you.
It is what it is. And Milo will move there and then go into stealth.
Jeebus.
Okay. Just vanishes into the bushes.
Milo has become Homer Simpson and just walks backwards into this random bush.
Yeah, they
Become
neither
one.
want to see you. Which is a good thing, because it is now their turn, as this one Manticore will flutter up into the air, as it's going to fly and charge. Let's see, 5, 30, 45, 50, just making it. As it flies, it charges right at you, Dallen, as it lands behind you. You feel the hot breath of this thing as it comes in for a bite attack. Or 21 to hit you.
I'm gonna use my reaction to cast Shield as the flaming wings come around and block.
As it just it bites along that, and it's very angry with that, as it's going to use its skirmish advantage to gain advantage on this next attack roll, as it will go 23 to hit you.
So let's see. No, that does not hit me while I still have the shield on.
And then a 10 to hit you, as it claws at you. Claws at you a second time, as it looks almost like a cat trying to play with a ball, as it is just doing everything it can to try and get at you.
That was really close.
And then this one here, the big one, you hear the flapping of wings as this other Manticore is going to fly through the air. 5, 10, 40, as this thing is about 10 feet up in the air, flying, as it is looking down at the three of you. It roars angrily as you watch as its tail swings about, and it makes a spike attack against... Let's see, it needs to be 15 of a point, I can see. And I think you all might be in range, so... Yep. And it sees all of you, so it's going to swing its tail, and as it does, you watch as the spikes come flying off of it, as all of them swing at you. 1 to you, Dallen, as a 10, a spike flies down and bounces off your shield. Boom! 1 at you, Talos, with a 22 to hit.
Nope.
As it grazes right past you, and an 18 over to Dain, which also misses. I assume.
Actually, I'm still wearing my mithril breastplate, so it meets it beats.
Ooh,
Oh,
it's
no.
going to change as you watch as Talos manages to just use a seal to block this tail spike as it comes at him, and you're kind of caught off guard by this as this thing sinks itself into your side for 13 piercing damage. as it, and you're just like, ugh!
Dallen!
As this thing gives an intimidating roar. It is deafening. Like you feel like you hear this all over the jungle from around you. And
That's it. I'm mounting your head on my wall.
you're not quite close enough, Dallen. I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, you're kind of out of our bubble of influence.
Ooh, you do save though, as this roar, you feel like a little shaken by it, but you feel enough like protection from your shield that you're just like, come on, try me. And you are not frightened of this thing. And Milo, you're not close
I
enough
wouldn't
to
be. I just
under the
evaporated one of them.
Fair enough. Actually, hang on. Oh, Milo, you're within 25 feet.
Yeah, fuck.
I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw. Oh no!
What is it? What is this for? What is this for?
Frightened.
Feared.
I have advantage on it, so 18.
Ah, there you go.
Hell yeah.
So
Okay.
you also make the save as this thing roars out. You like your breath catches for a moment. And you're just like, this thing is huge. And then you're just like, oh, okay, I got this. As Talos, it is now your turn.
Alright, and the big one is in the air, right?
Correct. 10 feet up in the air.
Okay.
This one is currently on the
I'm
ground.
Well, first I'm gonna fire one of my arrows with my vicious bow at the one that's up in the air.
Alright.
There we go. The vicious bow.
Ooh, that definitely hits. As the arrow flies through the jungle and manages to land a hit on the side of the main core as it growls at you.
And then I'm gonna take my sunblade, take a swing at the one that's standing next to Dallen.
Alrighty. Ooh, that's a definite hit. Ooh, spicy. As you cleave into this thing. As it very angrily just cries out in pain.
And that's gonna be my turn.
Dain, you're up.
Alrighty. 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm gonna smack this one.
Alrighty. Swing bada bada.
Oh.
Ooh. Rolling for severity. Alright, that's just a miss.
Okay.
You take a swing at it and you accidentally hit Dallen's shield as you boom. And it kind of knocks you off
So
balance for a
what
second.
the fuck?
Sorry, Dallen.
That one will hit. Ooh, as you deal a devastating 16 points of damage as you swing back around and you just bring the axe up and just bring it into the chest of this manticore as it so it swipes down at you, but you manage to duck it and get out of the way. You can definitely tell the one you hit is starting to, like, you see a lot of blood coming out of it as it is getting very weak.
That's fair. And yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
Alright, top of the turn order, we get back to you, Dallen, as your shield goes away.
Sean, protect me. Okay. Let's see. Look at the best course of action right now.
magic user looking at his options.
You
Yes.
have a gun.
Also, I'm in a really bad spot right now because I'm right next to someone,
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
and I'm a ranged fighter.
remember the Professor Farnsworth's words. You don't need courage. After all, who needs courage when you have a gun?
You know what? You're right.
Oh no!
Nice.
Can I use my my sigil to turn his shot into a regular shot?
That doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Damn it!
I'm gonna use my last what's it called? God damn it.
You don't have lucky.
I don't have lucky. I have inspiration.
Ooh.
I haven't used it in a while.
You
For
wanna-
Dallen.
Oh, nice. So you want to use your inspiration to re-roll that.
Yes.
All right. And then is it a plus inspiration?
No. I only have one inspiration.
All right. So go ahead and re-roll then as you feel inspired.
2 15s.
Alrighty. For 15, and you're aiming at this one right here?
One of them's aiming at this one, and the other one's aiming at this one.
Okay. So, the first one will definitely hit this one, as the 15 is a hit.
Okay.
The other one, a 15, will miss the big one.
Okay. What about the dragon's breath? That comes from the barrel.
Ugh. Let's see. It says here that unleashes a blast of intense fire in a 15-foot cone when fired.
It's not quite 15 feet over to it. So yeah, it's not in the cone.
No, not for him.
But it is in the cone for that guy.
And
Talos.
What if I were
Oh,
to
boy.
point a little bit up a little bit?
One sec.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Okay, nice.
It's a big enough creature.
Do I still have to roll my dexterity?
No, because he's aiming it in this direction, which makes a little more sense. But yeah, 15 feet would not reach the other one at all. But like Dallen
But
fires off of a shot directly into the Manticore front of him as you watch as like this thing's growling and like it's kind of been having its claws and its teeth on the shield. And Dallen, you feel the shield give off, and you were waiting for this moment as you take your rifle and you aim it. You have it positioned just right that as the shield goes away, the Manticore kind of falls and its mouth, like its head goes right into the barrel as it's like shoves against the barrel. And you're just like, boom, and then you pull the trigger. And what happens next is a bunch of just mangled flesh and fire just spray right in a direction behind it as it.
as the shield goes down, Dallen just yells, "Personal space, goddammit!" and pulls the gun out.
As you absolutely take its head with that shot. And as you kind of quickly reload and pull around to fire another bucket another shot off, you shoot and like you start to see some of the jungle starting to catch on fire, but there's only small flames. There's enough humidity and it's wet enough here that you feel confident that your fire isn't going to actually catch anything on fire. But the bullet whizzes past the Alpha Manticore as the thing looks down at the two fallen like allies, and it is very angry at you. But it's a good thing that you definitely did a reroll for your inspiration on that nat 1, by the way, because I was about to have you roll damage anyway.
Oh no.
Yeah. So that inspiration came in clutch.
Yes. Anyway, is that your turn?
Okay, let's see. We use 2 more sorcery points. to make another spell attack for my bonus action.
All
Point
right.
at this guy, obviously. And that's going to be a 3rd level chromatic orb.
Ooh. All right, and you have to roll to hit that one, I believe, right?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Chromatic orb. Yes, I have you here.
Ooh, and what
That's good.
damage are you having this one be?
Fire seems to be doing well, so let me use fire.
Oh boy. So seeing as how your bullet missed, you're like, you're gonna feel the heat here. You hold up your hand as you fire off a chromatic orb of just pure red hot fire. And there's almost a moment of silence as like it passes through the air. You hear the flaps of the wings. And then you watch as it connects, as it like Manticore like almost as it isn't even expecting it, as it explodes in a eruption of fire. Roll damage.
That's 5d8. Yes, 5d8. There's no plus to
You'll
it.
be able to just click the chromatic orb name, and it should roll it for you automatically.
It did not. Well, at least for like the level size. So
5d8.
yeah, it's 5d8 for 3rd level.
It did roll it, but go ahead and roll a second time for double damage.
Ooh.
Because you got
That's because I put in the 5d8.
very nice. As like on level with what would be considered a small fireball, you watch as this chromatic orb of fire just explodes and as the Manticore just reels back and kind of sinks down a little bit as it. Yes, you made it very angry.
As Down's gonna run. 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Says Dallen.
Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Milo, you're up. This thing has no eyes on you. You were completely hidden.
I'm assuming a 20 hits.
It does indeed.
Very nice. I will use that, and also 3 of his Hailthorn charges.
Ooh, boy. I'm glad I got the calculator out. 5 minus 11, 10 minus 14 means ouch! As you shoot a shot and it just, you like, Dain and Talos, as you're watching this thing flying in the air, you're thinking, how am I going to take this down? You watch as an arrow just suddenly flies up from the bush behind you and explodes in a hail of thorns up in the air. As the Manticore just roars in pain, as it is absolutely feeling hurt, but it's managing to still float itself in the air, just barely. As it is not feeling great.
And bonus action, I'm gonna throw a dagger at it, because why the fuck not?
And that will definitely hit with a 20. As you manage to also stick it right in and deal 8 piercing as it just slams it to its side and it just yipes a little bit and it looks daggers in your direction.
And that'll be Milo's turn.
Alrighty. Get into that. For its turn, it's definitely not happy with a lot of you, but unfortunately, Milo, it is really not happy with you now.
Good, fuck it. Bring it.
As it's going to fly, yeah, it's got 60 feet. As it's going to land on the ground and immediately it's going to like come at you with its mouth as it bites at you for a 20 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
As it bites you and kind of just whips you around in its mouth for 16 piercing damage. And then it like slams you on the ground as it then claws at you with its mighty claws twice. Once for a 20, once for a 10.
20 hits.
Giving you another 16 as it slashes into your side, just as it is just mauling you. Talos, what are you doing?
Sorry, I'm trying to reconnect something.
You gotta hurry, your friend's being mauled to death. It's also very
Sorry, I
hard
got
for you to
pulled up.
avoid this, Milo, because this thing, as you can easily see, this is like 9 times the size of you.
I'm just a fucking chew toy to this thing.
So this is my turn now, correct?
Yes.
Sorry. 5, 10,
Arr.
15. I'm going to my sword, and swing.
22 will hit. Woo, boy. As you take your sunblade out, boom, you slash up into it, dealing 27 radiant damage. As it yelps and it goes into a defensive stance against you, Talos.
I'm gonna go for it again.
Woo, a 27. That will also definitely hit. As you deal 19 radiant damage as you slash at it again, trying to get it to back away from Milo. It is hurting badly.
Alright, come on! Come after me, you ugly creature!
And that's gonna be my turn.
Dain, you're up.
Alright. I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Searing Smite at 2nd level,
Nice, nice.
and I'm going to hit it
Ooh,
for
23
23.
hits. It should have
And
remained in
then
the air.
Correct. And then it is 2d6, alright. Text addition 10 points.
How do you want to finish this?
I think I want a new trophy for my wall. As it's kind of just like batting at Milo and Talos is coming up from the side. I'm just gonna kind of like climb on its back and just bring the axe down right at its neck.
With searing, flaming fury, your axe comes down. And there's no blood that comes out from this, for your axe cauterizes the head from its body as you dig it down to the ground. As you watch the head, still with its fearsome, snarling growl, doesn't change expression, as if it doesn't even know that its head has been removed from its body. As the head, boom, hits the ground, as it remains just as angry and fierce in death as it was in life.
Oh. Milo, you alright there?
I'm gonna walk over to Milo and give him and use lay on hands, give him about 20 hit HP.
Yep, never better. I think I should have just stayed in Port Montagne and have the succubus at least take me out in a more pleasant way.
I mean,
Like
you
I
can
said,
always get
I'm
your
not one to
chance if
judge.
you go on back there.
Use that 20 lay on hands on Milo.
Yep, heard you the first time, thank you.
Yep.
Good eye on both of you for seeing these things. I had no idea that they were following us. This
What
big
are they?
bastard here is
Looks
well,
like-
was a crafty one.
Looks like a combination of a lie. Like did someone merge some wizard merge some creatures together?
I poke it with my boot.
I was just gonna set Merce down and let him enjoy.
It very happily goes after one of the smaller ones first, just like...
Quispy.
I wonder. I'm gonna actually look over at the spikes on the tails. Like, I wonder if any part of this might be. I wonder if any
Really?
part of this
Thought it
might
was
be useful.
been more like a red meat there, Merce. Maybe like some like nice tenderloin or something.
It shrugs as it continues to eat. You're looking at the spikes on its tail, Talos?
Yeah, thinking that maybe either like Milo or Damfoodle might have use for something like this.
That could be. If you're wanting to harvest this, it will take a little bit of time, and you would have to roll a nature check.
You sure? Okay.
If I did a survival, would that work as well to help Talos
Not
out?
for these. These in particular creatures require a nature check for looting their bodies.
Fair enough.
10.
Oh, damn. Like, no, that. Nope, don't put it that. Pull this.
Yeah, Dane, you've heard about these creatures, but, like, they're strange anatomy. Like, same with you, Dallen. Like, these things is absolutely, like, you don't know where you would begin to cut to, like, where anything useful would be on these things. Like it is absolutely just mind-boggling to you. These things are monstrosities.
Y'all have some weird creatures around here.
Alright.
Listen, I'm not from these lands either. However, I know about these things. Don't ask too many questions. Not that guy anymore.
Gotcha. Okay. I won't.
Alrighty. So, Talos, from your check there, like, you start to try and help with some of the processing of this thing, but you find that Milo's going in with his dagger, and he's actually having a much better, chance at this, and so you basically just help lift up things and help move things around. And so, Milo, in total, you are able to harvest 11 manticore claws from all three creatures.
Oh, damn.
You get 29 days worth of rations from all three of their bodies. As you take a look, and with Worth's recommendation, you realize, yeah, we could actually probably cook these and eat these just fine.
Sorry, you said 24?
29.
29, alright.
29 rations. And you managed to be able to get from their tails and salvage from around 19 manticore tail spikes. Now, if you want, you could roll survival for the claws and the tails to figure out what they could maybe best be used for. Whew, dang, 24. So, looking at the claws, you could probably sell them to some people, make them into a necklace. I mean, they look almost like lion claws. But you also know with how big they are and how sharp they are, if you wanted to, you could perhaps craft them into daggers. As for the tail spikes, they're definitely sharp enough that they could definitely be used as ammunition. You realize that, with a little bit of time, you could probably attach them to the tip of an arrow or a crossbow bolt and perhaps deal extra damage with them. But as you kind of feel it, and you take a look at some of the other spikes that got flung around, you see that after they make connection with wherever they hit, they tend to be very brittle and they don't seem to be very useful after one shot.
Rather than putting them on the end of arrows or crossbow bolts, could I use them as darts?
Yeah, I'd say you could probably also use them as darts if you wanted to.
Okay.
And let's see. Oh, what is the damage thing on darts? We'll flip over to that page.
It's like 1d4.
Yeah, it's 1d4.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, if you use them as a dart, they will basically be 2d4 of damage.
Okay.
If you were to add them to any ammunition and use those, they would add an additional 1d4 damage to that ammunition. And it can only be used once. After you use it once, it breaks.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes you guys a couple hours to process all this, which you may feel that it may be worth it, especially after getting like 29 days worth of rations.
$29 rations, 11 new daggers.
And mind you, obviously they'd be natural ones, like they're not going to be enchanted or anything.
Right.
Unless you enchant them yourself.
Still, resources are resources.
I got a new trophy for the citadel. Dane's gonna put the manticore head in the tattered cloak that we got from the dire bear.
Like wrap it up.
Yeah, put it in the bag of holding.
All right.
Well, once we're done with that, I guess we let's get going, guys.
Well, hopefully we can get to a spot where we can make a bit of camp. Hopefully we can make once we get to the entrance.
So, whoever wants to go ahead and roll survival, as after combat, you may have gotten a little turned around, so in order to not lose any more time, you'll need to do a good survival check to navigate your way back up. A 17 from Dallen, you're able to help start to get the way, but a 23 from Milo will definitely bring it home as, yeah, working together. Dain is kind of gets down to the ground, and it's like, I think uphill is that way.
Talos is like dirt.
I'm helping.
Again, Dallen goes over and grabs Talos by the arm and pulls him in the right direction.
It's like that scene where everyone else is going together while Talos is completely walking in the opposite direction.
And you all continue on your journey. And as the sun begins to set and it gets darker, and you feel a bit of a cooler air starting to blow in, you all feel suddenly a kind of a air picking up, almost as if there's like less resistance for the wind as you're getting closer, like you're climbing up a little higher. And eventually, like, it feels very odd as you suddenly go from a thick jungle and you step into a clearing.
Well, this just suddenly got very clear very quickly.
Dallen's gonna ready his gun.
Now, as you get into this clearing, you can see like the jungle kind of continues like to your right a little bit, but as you look around, you can see very clearly just black. Like almost like 10-foot wide clearing that like is almost a straight line. That as you look uphill where this line seems to be climbing, you can see it has almost a burnt clearing all the way towards the like the top of the mountain. As you look down to like downhill, you can watch as this burnt out line goes all the way down towards the coast.
I think we found the elemental's trail. I'm gonna bend down, kind of like inspect the scorch.
Dallen's gonna put his front rifle away and pull out his axe gun.
Give me a nature check as you're kind of like checking the burnt ground. A 13. As you're taking a look, you can see that like whatever came through here, like you saw Dallen using his inferno rifle, like there was a lot of fire being flung in the jungle, and like it singed a few things, but the level of heat and fire that came from this is something far more intense. Like the fact that things got burnt down and like singed. It didn't seem to go past this particular area, but it made a clear path. Whatever went through here was very hot.
This definitely has to be the elemental. Look and follow, like with my eyes, and follow the burnt path to see where it goes.
Y'all ready for this?
Oh boy.
You look up the path where you see that it's like disappears from like it has a very clear path all the way up, but you can see that it goes and it seems to end at a middle point within the mountain itself, or this ancient volcano.
Looks like we have our heading.
Looks like it.
Anyone else can also roll nature as well if anyone else wanted to. If not, you can continue heading up.
Jesus.
He knows nothing. The ground is burnt.
Yep.
He's gonna go with
I
Talos.
just knows this shit really well. He's been through this before.
Yeah. Being closer to the ground, you get a little bit of more of a scent here, Milo.
I mean, with Milo fucking basically going on the run after his house burned down, this makes sense.
Yeah. The scorched earth around you, you can, as you kind of take a look around, Milo, you can definitely see that like there's some signs of regrowth at the very bottom, but it is struggling. You're not able to determine exactly how long ago this was, but based on the fragility of some of the burnt leaves and some of the ashes that still remain, you feel as if this path could not have been made that long ago. Like no more than like 2 to 3 weeks passed. And there's a distinct smell of sulfur on the ground as well.
It smells like Namsho's workshop in here. Or over down here.
But with that nature check as well, Milo, like, you got very close to magma at one point when you threw away a specific dagger way back when. And you saw, like, how some of the, like, the natural movements and how, like, the magma cooled down. As you take a look up, you know that this was an extinct volcano. But you easily are able to rule out with that check that, like, this was not just a stream of magma that came rolling down, because you're able to, like, see still plant matter on the ground. There's no, like, hardened rock or anything. This was not a natural occurrence. As you watch as Talos, Dain, and Dallen begin to climb up the hill, following the cleared-out path that makes it a little easier to climb up. If not a little bit more of a depressing walk, though.
So, you guys, what's the plan when we reach this elemental?
You could always just try to ask it, hey, you wanna just, like, come with us and, help save a citadel?
I guess it wouldn't hurt. Does anyone know? Any of us know primordial?
Nope.
I mean, that other elemental spoke common. Oh wait, sorry, you weren't there for that, Dallen.
Wait,
We met a water
elemental.
We met a water elemental up in Blackheart's Haven.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, well. What happens if it doesn't want to come with us?
Then we use aggressive negotiation.
Definitely one way for it.
Alright, well, guess we'll see what we're gonna do once we get there.
So, as you all proceed to make your way up the mountain, it gets darker and darker as the sun sets. And you watch as you look up and you start to see the trademark, almost lights popping up within the mountain, and like they don't quite pop up more or less, they just get brighter and brighter as it gets darker and darker, as it seems as if there's flames within. And eventually you get to the end of the flaming, like the ashen path, where you can see it goes directly into what looks to be a collapsed part of the mountain, just rubble everywhere.
Right, ancestors, what happened here?
Looks like the elemental must have forced its way through.
Hey, possibly. I know it's an elemental, but if it could do this, that's a pretty powerful elemental.
Or the reason we should need to get its core. This makes this much power. Just imagine what it could do with the cannons.
Hey.
As you're all gazing upon this rubble, you can't see any way in. Like, whatever happened here, if there was an entrance, or maybe whatever went through here just bore its way through and it collapsed behind it, cannot be determined. But you can definitely see scorch marks on in parts of the stone, as the path ends here. As you look left and right, you can see just like the jungle is creeping up on the mountain, but it's not nearly as thick as it was further down.
Well, at least there's a little bit of clearing around the area. Doesn't look like there's any way in here. Shall we have a search around the base of the mountain here?
Might be the only way we can check for now.
Hey.
Certainly need to find a more ease of access.
I was just gonna walk past and like, well, are we gonna get going or are we just gonna keep on talking?
Hey, let's head on out. So go this way. Dane's gonna go off to the left of the mountainside.
Okay, do you all follow Dain?
Talos is definitely going to follow Dain since he feels that Dain would, especially being a dwarf, he would have more natural skill of like determining.
Dallen's also following him.
All right. As you all follow Dane, go through some slight minor jungle stuff. Haunted by like the visage that you saw before with the collapsed rock and the flaming path that led up to it. Eventually, as you continue to walk around, you do in fact start to see a small clearing up just before you. The clearing itself seems to like hold what would be the ruins of a dwarven hold. You immediately recognize like some dwarven make statues that have crumbled, long since crumbled, Dane, as some bits of the jungle, vines and shrubs have overtaken it a bit, eating away at the elegance of dwarven craft.
This is a sorry sight to see.
I'm sorry that you have to see such things, but with luck, we may be able to reclaim it at some point. Maybe send a word to your people.
Hey, yeah. Huh. The infrastructure would be all here, so maybe at some point. But for now, let's try and get inside and.
An elemental to gain.
Aye.
Let's get this elemental. Show it. Get some revenge for your people. Unless it wants to come back peacefully, then let's not fight an elemental.
We can hope.
What are you trying to recall specifically, Dane?
Mostly just trying to see, like, just trying and figure out like how long ago that that the hold was abandoned. Just judging by what I can see on the outside here.
It is incredibly difficult, as this particular like temperate area and the ruins, it deceives you in a way. You can't be certain exactly how long. You definitely feel like this hasn't been touched in at least 100 years. It could be way longer, but you also know that when it comes to plants and other things, you're not as familiar with the kind of damage they do, as you're more familiar with like a more ancient volcanic region area where at worst, when things get hot and cold, like you get the most wear and tear you see is when ice catches within some stone, and as it expands, it'll break apart some things, and that'll like help wear down on something. But if you go by that, this hold must have been abandoned for thousands of years, which, you know, probably isn't correct. So, with the 10, it's near impossible for you to determine at the moment, without going inside, how long this has been abandoned, because from the outside, it looks like it could have been abandoned for a long time.
That's fair. You know, can't really tell how long it's been, but I don't think the fire elemental did this.
What did?
We might not know. We might figure it out. Can't really tell. But let's get inside the mountain.
Aye. Nick's trying to make it out. Talos is way forward, trying to.
as you kind of make your way past some of the ruined stone and otherwise just like abandoned entrance to this dwarven kingdom, you find a very thick stone door before you. As you take a look at the door, you can see that there seems to be no obvious handle nor hinges. It seems to be well crafted. Like, you can easily tell, Dane, that like when it comes to dwarven doors, dwarves take extra care and like they do a very good job of crafting like their entrances. That way, if needed, they can keep something out or in.
Just gonna try to just push the doors open, just this brute strength.
Give an athletics check.
Athletics. Oh god!
Yeah.
I don't really think that's going to work out there, Talos.
Strain as you
Like they start to get red.
as it feels as if you're trying to push the mountain over itself. It is solid.
Is there, anything that catches Milo's eye about this door? About some way to possibly open it?
With that check, I would have to say yes, you do indeed. Oh, Dane with a 9.
It's a distant clan. He has no knowledge of how to open the door.
Let me double check my notes here. As you take a look around at this area, Milo, you can see that kind of scattered on the ground and all across the area, some hanging up in some spots. You're seeing that there is a decent amount of sigils that almost look like placards or shields that are made out of stone. As you kind of, like, your eyes catch each one, you see some have a blue color to them, some have a green color, a reddish hue, like, long faded over time. And on each of them, you can see what almost looks to be symbols. And as you kind of look at the door, you can notice that there seems to be slots on the door itself. And this here are kind of the sigils that you see.
What have you found there, Milo?
See some weird runes, or like almost like gems, I guess, with symbols on them. I think this is some kind of like weird ass lock.
Maybe a puzzle.
Not another one.
Can you move the sigils around?
What was that?
Dallen is asking if Milo is able to move the sigils around.
I don't know. You're right here next to the door with me. Why don't you try?
Fair.
As you kind of go around,
Sounds like
you can see that like there are definitely spots along the door itself that seem like they look like they should hold these particular symbols. As you can see that these are like a bunch of them are just scattered on the ground all over. Whether they have been tossed about, maybe some of frustrated adventurers came through and tried to figure it out and then just threw it away and gave up, or otherwise. You can see that like there definitely is a correlation between the shape and what it may be on these sigils and what you can see on the door.
what sigils on the door?
They're empty slots right now, but you can see that there are 3 styles. One that looks very circular, one that almost looks like a badge, and one that looks like a shield. And
We know the
there's 3 of them going vertically. So, like, at the top row, like just as an example, you see that there is a shield-looking one, like 3 shields in this direction. Dang it, that's a cone. So, like, 3 shields in this direction, and then 3 circles in this direction, and then 3 badges in this direction is what you can see, like, holes in the door for.
And I'm assuming that this picture that you have is all the symbols we have.
There would be a few others that didn't have enough for all of them. But if you describe a specific one you may be looking for, then I will tell you if it is there or not. But this is basically, this image here is to kind of help give you a start of what you're looking for.
Dane, you got any ideas? I know you're really good with stonework.
Well, let's have a quick look. And Dane's gonna go up and, well, I'm gonna go up and have a look at some of the symbols, especially seeing the ones that are currently presented to us. It's like, Hey, I see these 2 groups here. We've got 2 shield-looking talismans with, is that unicorns on them? I've got a 1 and a 3. See if there's any, see if there's a shield, or a red shield around with a 2 unicorns on them.
Would my 24 carry over for investigation?
Sorry. Wrong one. Let's try to hit investigation.
That was for like a specific check earlier, Milo, so you'd have to do a new one. But it looks like Talos, you did a perception check, and Dallen did an investigation. Yeah, Talos, as you look around, you're able to, with a 22, and with Milo working with the 23, you're able to kind of go around and start collecting as many of these sigils as you can. And altogether, as you kind of go around, you do in fact see a red shield stone tablet that looks like a shield with 2 unicorns on it.
I'm gonna bring it up to Dane and Milo. I think these might work.
Hey. And, Milo, you said that there was a row of 3 with these red shield sigils on them?
No, I said that there was just a row of 3 shield slots.
Well, let's try this. And I'm going to put them in ascending order from... Tim, would they be like top to bottom or left to right?
Left to right.
These like left to right? Alright, so from left to right, just going to put 1, 2, 3 of the red shields with the unicorns on them.
Alright. And as you start to put them in, you feel some resistance as you put the first one in, but then you feel it grind and comes to a stop, slotting perfectly within as you manage to fit each one into the bottom. And you do notice that the ones with 2 unicorns on it has a distinctive slit in the middle that it seems to like not be broken, but it almost looks as if like it could separate with something, and it seems to fit directly in the middle of the door. There are 3 circular looking sigils left to right still, and 3 of the badge left to right remaining.
Okay.
And I will also note that these are not high up on the ground. It is like dwarf level.
Yeah. The blue like badge type emblem, does that all with the 2 like looks like griffins on it, does that also have a slot, like a slot right down the middle?
So the shield one that you put was on the top row, and the middle row was circular, and the bottom row of this looked to be badge marked. So yes, there would be like something that could perhaps fit that one in the bottom row.
Yeah. But if I find like this one specifically, does it have that slit down the middle where it looks like it could be like moved apart?
Do me an investigation. It's getting a little dark. It's hard to see. You see like some cracks across it. It could have a slit. It's hard to say.
Dallen's gonna take a look at it. Oh no, Talon does not take a look at it.
You're too busy rummaging through the sigils. But Milo, with your nat 20, as Dain is kind of squinting his eyes, struggling, you have your unique magic item that helps you kind of see in the dark, and as you have a good look at this, you're able to see that, yes, it does have like a magically sealed slit in the center of going straight up.
This one you're looking for, Dain?
I think so. Anything? Would Milo actually say that it has that slit in the middle?
Yeah, alright, Milo will say that it does.
So disappointed
that-
about it.
It's like, in that case, hey, I think that is what I'm looking for. Pop it in the middle of the like the badge-looking ones on that bottom row.
Well, we'll go ahead and do that then.
It slots in and closes in perfectly.
In that case, see if there's any more of these blue crests with this looks like griffins on it. I think that might be the lower area.
Dallen, as you're looking around, you do manage to find a blue crest with 3 griffins on it.
Someone as Dallen frisbees it over to Dain.
Give me an acrobatics check there, Dain. Ooh! You kind of see this coming towards you, and you just hold your hand out, and boom! You just grab it like a frisbee, like dead in the air.
Just one-handed. It's like, thank you, Dallen. I'd appreciate it if you didn't throw large stone tablets at me, especially when we need them to open this door. I was going to slot it into place on the 3rd spot.
I mean, Dane, to be fair, you have practice with your shield. I mean, it's the same thing.
With my other hand, I'm just going to take my shield out and just sort of like throw it up into the air for a second and catch it. Hey!
A natural 20!
You managed to find a blue 1 griffin crest very easily, as it's sitting on, like, as you're looking around, like, there's one, like, you notice, like, was almost kind of hidden in plain sight, as it was kind of slotted up onto one of the dwarven statues. You would kind of climb up there, and you were able to pull it off and bring it over to Dain.
Sounds gonna take a quick long look at the statue, make sure it doesn't move, and then go over to Dain, and I think this is it, as Dallen tries to slip it into the slot.
And it slots in perfectly, leaving 3 circular holes left to fill.
Well, through a process of elimination on this one, find well, we need to find the other 2 green dragons, the 2 and the 3. I think that's going to be the last ones.
Talos is gonna start looking around.
As you look around, Talos, you are able to find a 2, and Milo with a 22. You find something a little unfortunate, actually. So, as you bring over your tablet, as you manage to fit the, I'm assuming you're putting the number 1 slot on the left side, Dain.
Yes, the number 1 on the left side.
It fits perfectly, and Talos brings you a 2, which you're able to identify has a slit in the middle. You slot in the center there. Milo, as you're kind of looking around through the rubble, you believe you find the 3 circular one shattered to pieces on the ground in some very small bits.
Dallen, get your fucking ass over here right now.
Oh, okay. What's up?
Thanks.
Oh, okay. As Dallen puts all the pieces back together and casts Mend on it.
Alright, it's going to take you several minutes, as there's a lot of broken pieces. Give me an Arcana check.
Gotcha. Arcana. For mending?
Yep.
Alright.
As you hold your concentration and focus, because, like, you have to make sure that you also, like, put these in the right order and put them in the right spot and everything. Like, it's a very complicated thing, and you weave the magic around as you begin to mend it together. And through concentration and the fear that Milo was going to stab you in the back at any time if you get this wrong, you do manage to miraculously bring together this circular sigil back in one piece.
Okay, fixed. Don't stab me.
Well, it's just gonna pat down on the back.
What's going on over there, you 2? Did you find it?
Yep, found it. Milo kind of just takes it and walks over to Dain.
Hey, very nice. And gonna go ahead and slot into that 3rd and final spot.
As you slot it in, you hear the tablet just grind as it, and you almost hear a click as it manages to slot itself in the spot. From there, you see like all the styles and everything brought together, and it's quiet for a moment. Then suddenly you hear as you watch as the entire door seems to shake off ages worth of dust. As you suddenly hear a grinding. And as you watch as the two doors, they don't swing forward or backward, they swing left and right. They go, like, retract into the mountain itself, left and right, as it... The stones disappearing behind as a fierce wind blows as the smell of sulfur and just absolute, just like dead air just blows into your faces. As you get a
Ugh.
breeze from the inside. From where you stand, it is pitch black, but as your eyes kind of adjust, you see that somewhere in the distance within, you can just barely see a light. And that is where we're going to end the episode for today.
Hey.
You all will be awarded 1,000 EXP for combat and roleplay.
Very nice.
Right back. As our heroes have made it to the mountain that they believe the fire elemental to be, with signs and proof that it has been here, will our party be able to bring it in and use it to power their defenses for the citadel? Or is there something else at work here? Is it really the fire elemental within this mountain? Or has something else beat them here first? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.